I'd like one of you bureaucrats out there to look me in the eye and tell me, when does my husband's life matter to you? Because it matters every day, every second of every day to me.
Well, howdy and welcome. We are standing at this is the new dawn of a new show. Not really. It's the same show. It's just that I'm standing and I have a new desk and a new setup, and I have the old setup there. And one day I might be here, and then I might go over there, and you never know. But hey, how the heck is everybody doing tonight? See, I self-edited there. You never know what'll happen with the social medias. You see, I got the new Son of Liberty pirate hat on. This one is actually pretty cool because this is removable patches, and I can put a different thing on my head based on what I am trying to say at that moment. Some of you might actually be agitated because there might be an American flag on my head one of these days, and I know it's not popular to wear an American flag or to be proud of your country, but guess what? I love my country, and I will wear the flag. I apologize if it annoys or hurts your feelings, but guess what? It's my head. I can put on it what I want. But anyway, we're going to have some fun tonight. We're going to have some fun. We're going to do something we have never done before. We're actually going to open up the mic and the cam and let you guys come on the show. So we're going to do some stuff, but I want everybody to know in advance, this is not like you're going to be a special guest on the show and you're going to stay on all night. I can't handle more than one at a time because everybody sort of talks over each other. So I'm going to bring Kevin in. We're going to shoot the breeze a little bit. We'll probably talk about the news of the day. And then when it comes time, we're just going to open the mic. I'm going to throw the link to join the StreamYard backstage area for tonight's show in there. And then I will see you guys popping in. And I'm going to bring you in one at a time, give you a few minutes to speak your mind. But then I'm going to have to let you go so I can bring the next one in. So anyway, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. So there's old Kevin.
Let's go, Patrick. Let's go.
I don't appreciate that, sir. I know what that means.
What do you mean you can't wear a flag? What the fuck is that?
There are people that would be offended if I had the American flag on my head right now. And if I get riled up here in a little bit, I might throw it on. You never know. I got several. I showed you. I never knew. What the hell's going on, Kev? What the hell is going on?
I have the same. I've decided I have the same exact IQ as my grandson now. So, that's good.
Well. Was there ever any doubt that you had the same IQ as a 3-year-old toddler or 4-year-old? What is he, like 2, 3, something like that?
3 in 6 days.
3. See, I was pretty close.
Thursday next week is Logan Day, in fact. So there you go.
Anthony says he loves your background.
Thank you, Anthony. Hello, sir. By the way,
so
there's a few faces I haven't seen in here.
I see Jeffrey Zamora's there, and Will's there, and Anthony's there, and KO, and Nancy Lucas, and Bruni, and Keith, Bucky, and Mowgli, and did I say Will Webb? And Will, I already said Will Webb, but I'll say it again. Anthony Mario and Thomas Persop.
Troop.
And Mallory. Mallory tagged me in a tweet a while ago, she thought I was going to be surprised by something. I'm like, yeah, that's definitely going to happen. Matt Wardell Kern and Omicidal's there, and we already said Jeffrey, but Jeffrey deserves 2 hellos. Jeffrey Zamora,
big broody.
Troop is already chomping at the bit.
He's ready
for when we do the open mic, because I know Troop has a lot to say.
No.
Speaking of Troop, I am vaping the new 5 Ponds Legacy, and again, 5 Ponds is not paying me for this. The banana pudding from the Plumer Room, right now in my blue blib box. So, Kev, what have you been doing this week?
I've been.
I forgot Didymus is here too.
I'm trying to get my IQ up. That's all I'm trying to do. I know. I sent you a couple little things on the Facebookers. But
yeah, I have it. It's over here.
yeah.
So it's on the other monitor, Kevin. Because you have two monitors now too.
I do. The Victor share screen, of course.
What I'm really excited about, Kevin, was our very good friend Victor,
yes,
who is a patron of the show and a viewer of the show and a lovely human being.
Mm-hmm.
He tagged me in a tweet, and it was a video that I feel like I feel sort of ashamed that this video is not every fucking where.
Yeah, of course.
Like, I even came on live, to test this out, to make sure, and my mic wasn't in the right place and stuff. And but anyway, I really was hoping that all these people, and some of you in the chat room, I am actually including in this. I see everybody so angry about, I'm mad and I want to do something and blah, blah, blah. And I give you a simple request. Get your damn camera phone out and shoot a video of yourself, not saying fuck the FDA, not saying, I hate you, or not just telling the world what vaping means to you.
Saying
1 minute.
Saying fuck
One
the
fucking
FDA.
minute.
Just saying the words fuck the FDA in a video like that shows your lack of intelligence, honestly. Because they don't care.
No, I mean, I'm not even going to say it makes it, but it does make you look bad. What we're trying to do is get human interest stories. We're trying to get people to understand what the value of this technology is, like the video that I played on that video that I did on Monday. And I probably will play that video again because Charity's video, Victor's wife's video, is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Is amazing. And, getting other people to do something similar, just saying what vaping means to them, getting your family, somebody that loves you, that cares that you're still here or that you still will be here, to do a 1 minute video. Because, Twitter doesn't let you do much more than 2.5 minutes. I think it's 2 minutes and 20 seconds to be exact. But, I tried to be economical. I said, do a 1 minute video saying how valuable vaping is. And you know how many people actually did videos, Kevin?
0
fucking videos. Nobody cares.
Oh.
Seriously, it's 1 fucking minute, guys. When I open my later, you can argue with me about it, but guess what? It's 1 minute, and it takes maybe 1 minute and 10 seconds once you've made the video to post it on Twitter.
Yep.
We have to get millions of voices out there, and the only way that we're going to get some of their attention is to have, hundreds and hundreds of these videos, like we did for the Florida thing, Kevin. We had 400 or 500 people participating in a virtual rally. I sat at this fucking computer for 2 nights in a row.
Yep.
For the Florida thing. I don't even live in Florida.
At least 2 hours.
So, yeah. Abdul says post a video for people to scroll past. What point? You don't know. We don't know. We absolutely have no clue as to what fucking people are going to do. But if you aren't even willing to put forth 1 minute of effort to save something that you claimed saved your life,
right?
What is your life worth?
I've got that on my Twitter.
And here's the thing, Jeffrey. If I had a collection of these videos, because I'm going to be broadcasting for an hour every night during the COP9 thing, the Scope project from CAFRA. So that would have given me tons of content. And obviously, all the videos that we're submitting, I mean, I've already submitted like 30 videos for that project. And, you know, I could have made them look nice and could have put them up in a collection so that they could have been played, but nobody's willing to even put forth 1 minute of work. So I'm a little bit frustrated.
Troop, that was what day did you do that video? Monday or Tuesday?
It was Monday or Tuesday. I'm gonna play the whole video from Charity again. I mean, obviously I clipped part of it and put it in tonight's intro because it was so powerful and I loved it. But yeah, I mean, y'all should definitely, if you really care, you know, all you need to say is, you know, Anthony says, "Hi, my name is Anthony, and I'm an asthmatic who quit smoking using vaping products. These products have had a tremendous impact in my life and allowed me to use nicotine without having to take a puffer all the time."
Yep.
Done. Just hold the camera up while you're doing it.
Exactly what you would tell your doctor or your friend.
Yeah.
Not
so. Here, let's go ahead and let's
exactly what she did.
For the people that didn't see it. For the people that didn't see it, so, you know, give me a minute here. I got to go into my OneDrive and I got to go over here and get it off of the thing. Let's just play it. Just Anthony, just post it on Twitter and tag hashtag shout for vaping. Shout the number 4 vaping, or tag me in it.
Or me.
Hi, my name is Charity, and I am not a vapor. My husband smoked for 37 years. He tried all kinds of ways to stop smoking. Nothing worked for him but flavored vape products. He's been vaping for 8 years now. He doesn't get winded when he comes upstairs to bed anymore. He doesn't hack and cough every morning and spit up nasty stuff out of his lungs. I don't know how that's bad. That's a good thing to me. He feels better. He looks better. How is that wrong? How is that bad? So I guess I have one question. I'd like one of you bureaucrats out there to look me in the eye and tell me, when does my husband's life matter to you? Because it matters every day, every second of every day to me.
I mean, that shit is gold. It's amazing.
Yes.
And if we had hundreds of people, doing that, we would be able to make a big project out of it. We'd be able to grab some people's attention. You know, the governor of Florida vetoed a fucking vape ban in his state, a flavor ban in his state, because we put together a video like that. People will listen if you give them a chance and if you put forth some effort. So yeah, I mean, that I'm not gonna rage about it anymore. But you know, 1 minute. That's all it takes.
And it's her voice, not even his.
No, and that's what I said, is if you could get your family members to do it, because they watched you save your life.
To go upstairs, you know.
They watched you. Yeah. So what did you send me, Kevin? What did you send me here?
Oh,
you sent me. You want me to go pick on people on Twitter? I see one that says, "I implore you to do your magic on this one."
Well, not that I would encourage any bad behavior, of course, but you know, when you're in the anti world and you want to not pretend you're selling shit to children, but you want to show things that you would sell to children, that kind of, you know, pissed me off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, so I'll just go. I'm going to scroll up to the very top of the chat and just go down what you sent me since last week. How about that?
Hennage is also in the room. Hello, sir.
Yeah, H is here.
See?
H is here. So let me do this. This is, I mean, obviously everybody by now knows that FDA has FDA has granted marketing orders to an e-cigarette. And it's the one it's the one that I told you was going to be approved.
Mm-hmm. When Dave said,
I mean,
too.
It's the deepest pockets in the industry. They own, this is the other thing, Kevin. I see people all the time on Twitter. Well, nobody uses that. This product has 34% of the closed chain, or the closed market, the closed system disposable market. People do use this, whether you want to admit it or not, because it's not what you like. I'm not going to shit on anybody that uses this product because it helps them not smoke. So it's very, shitty that you or anyone would complain about any product that saves people from smoking getting marketing orders. Yes, the approval process, the PMT process is impossible. It's daunting. It's probably not going to ever get an open system approval. But yeah, I mean, and there's David Gerlitz. Hey, David. We told you this was going to happen. David Gerlitz told you this in 2016. I told you this in 2016.
He said in 2011.
Yeah. So, so I hate to sound like a broken record.
There's two things about this. Number one, it helps people. Number two, it gives an admission by the FDA that there is clearly something to these products, period, no matter what. You don't have to like them.
They have admitted that an electronic cigarette, a vaping product, whether you like it or not, whether it's the product that you like, that's old technology. I mean, this is a Vuse. It's a disposable cigarette. That they literally haven't changed since they introduced it. They have admitted that a vaping technology product is appropriate for the protection of public health.
Correct.
So now we just need to zero in on the fine points and the nuance to see what it's going to take to get something else approved.
Well, you like water, I'm sure, Patrick. Yes.
Yes, I drink it. I bathe in it. I swim in it.
I like it in a different form. See, and that's okay.
I freeze it and put it in my drink.
There you go. I don't like
so. I want everybody to take into consideration, and we always talk about this when talking about tobacco harm reduction and talking about how we talk to somebody who is a user of any substance. Mm-hmm. When you're trying to promote harm reduction to a drug addict, you don't drag them to where you are. You go to where they are. So there are plenty of people that are standing in the spot that a Vuse Solo works for them. Mm-hmm. And regardless of who makes it, I don't like it. I never used one. I've smelled them. So if this works for some people, then why are we shitting on it? We shouldn't be complaining that they got marketing orders. We should be looking at how they got marketing orders, and can we do the same thing? I mean, obviously, they have an endless supply of money. They have an amazing high-tech science center in Geneva, Switzerland, that we don't have. Yep. So, yeah, I mean, we have to figure out if there's a way for us to coattails on this.
I want to go back to the Vuse part of hating it. If you had no equipment but what you're using, and you had to say to your friend, your mother, your sister, your cousin, your whatever, you know what? Let's run to the store and grab one of these and see if you can try one of these first. Look at it that way. At least it's a start. It doesn't help the big guys any more or less, but it might send you to a shop locally if they're going to be still open, and that can change in any time. It's a stepping stone to it, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So it's not bad.
Well, David, like I said, they've admitted that there's a way to get approved or to get marketing orders. I keep falling down that same fucking rabbit hole that I keep chastising people for using.
There's a way to be denied. We know that.
Tons. There's tons. Well, actually, we only know of one way for sure because every marketing order was denied for the same reason.
There's a way. You submit your form and then we'll deny you upon request. Oh my
So,
God, I've never seen anything like this.
You see the Journal of Addiction is one of the amazing. This is one of the first places. Now, before the Nicotine Without Smoke came out, the Journal of Addiction did an amazing review of all of the available science and published it a full year before the UK did.
Right.
And it was in my legislative toolbox when I was when I was the legislative director for the vaping militia. But you shared with me a new piece from Addiction. Let me show it on screen and you can talk to people about it.
All right, hang on. I'm flipping around here. Oh, see, now I got to go to that so I can read it correctly. Because I'm not on the right page. Oh, there, I can see it now. I think. A little better.
So before you start, Jeffrey, and I love Jeffrey, but Jeffrey says, call me an optimist, but I think that the whole game changed in the USA by the FDA saying a vaping product is appropriate for the protection of public health. Of course, it sucks that it's a big tobacco company, but I think the conversation could start to change, and hopefully small and medium business could capitalize on the argument through legal actions. No. And here's why. So the first legal decision that was released was based on the fact that the denial order specifically was for science that was included in the PMTA that was submitted, and FDA just didn't clearly look at it. Then when they looked at it, they saw that, yes, it was actually there. The science that they said wasn't included was included. So they had no choice but to withdraw or rescind their MDO. The other lawsuit that received their temporary stay today, it basically says, we haven't had time to review your petition, but we're going to grant a temporary stay, but we're also going to invite the American Academy of Pediatrics to file an amicus curiae brief in opposition to your petition. It's a temporary thing. And I don't necessarily believe, even though FDA says that this closed pod system, that's a tobacco flavor, that they say is appropriate for the protection of public health, obviously because it's tobacco. I don't think in any way, shape, or form this translates to a flavor, because they've denied all their stuff says if it's flavored. I mean, they haven't said it explicitly, but all of their actions point to the fact that if it's a flavor, it's not getting approved. Because if one child, doesn't matter if the product saves 1 million human beings, right. If one child uses this product,
well, there you go.
There you go. We're going to deny it. I don't want to shoot you down because I love you, but I don't think that this has any hope for anything, to tell you the truth. It'll be fun to watch, though. So anyway, Kevin, smoking, what does culture have to do with it?
What does culture have to do with it? I really can't get in here because I don't have the pass and the $50 just to spend for fun. But
is it paywalled?
Oh, it's fucking paywalled.
Let me see. Keep talking. I'm going to remove it from screen.
So I'll read this. While it's important to recognize cultural aesthetics, I love that word, as an expression of core values and improvisation, it's also important to recognize that oppositional cultural frame of reference does affect choices in style and self-presentation. This may impact on smoking. So they give a spot of conspicuous consumption among blacks is also an expressive act having collective significance, best understood against the backdrop of a history of racism. This is tapped into and used as a marketing strategy to sell tobacco products. So what they're doing is they're rewording bullying, stigmatization, demoralization, behavior, morals, lifestyle choices to teach youth that, so you can demoralize people about their lifestyle choices is what I'm trying to get out of this. I don't see anything else of it or for it. It's sad. That's what I say. Can you get in it?
I've found it in several different sources. I'm still trying to find one that is not paywalled.
Okay.
I found articles that refer to this study.
Okay.
But I mean, by and large, here's academia. They're usually pretty open.
And the Nicotine Cannabis Policy Center tweeted this, and an anthropology researcher.
Hey, I have a master's degree in that.
Then you should relate a little bit. Highlights a link on social and cultural norms on smoking among youth. It's discovered that boundaries established by peers may prevent smoking initiation. Now, I wholeheartedly agree with that, but I don't agree with saying you shouldn't smoke because I don't like it. The moral side of this is shut the fuck up, And they're just now pretending that this is new. It just rubbed me the wrong fucking way. And David said, I'm giving my predictions, buckle up next week.
Nah, it won't let me download it. I found a place to download it. It keeps giving me a hard no. Hard no.
Hard no. It doesn't like you either.
No, it says pay me, you bastard. We don't
paying
want
you
science to be free.
I'm not paying.
We don't want science to be free.
No.
Now you do realize that study was from like 2009.
No, I did not actually.
Yes. That's why I'm kind of surprised that it's still paywalled.
Oh shit! Yeah, first published. Okay, it must be up. Bullying has been updated now. Okay, good.
So, this seems kind of odd. Normally, 6 months it's free. It's like new shit is the only thing that you have to really. But see, here's the thing: is this is social engineering. They don't like your behavior, so they're going to. They're going to try to shame, demean. They're going to try to demonize. The same thing that they're doing to vapors. They do it for everything. I've been watching a lot of comic book artists. I mean, I'm a nerd. Been watching a lot of comic book artists, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on right now in the comic book industry that is drawing lines between people. They just announced that the new Superman, who is the son of Clark Kent and Lois Lane, is gay or bisexual.
Okay. All right.
And there's a lot of people that are upset about this. I'm kind of upset about this, not because he's bisexual, but by the fact that they've announced that they're retiring Clark Kent. So they're talking about inclusion by subtraction. Instead of there's plenty of room for 2 Man of Steels. But they're getting rid of Clark Kent. They're retiring Clark Kent. And they're bringing his son up, who happens to like other dudes. I don't care, but I'm upset that they're getting rid of the Clark Kent. That's the comic book guy. That's my comic book guy. That's my generation. That's the character that I have emotionally attached to. I watched him die and come back, and But yeah, I mean, they're engineering people to think the way that they want them to think.
You need to hate this way. This is the way we hate.
Yeah. So there's a whole lot of poison going on back and forth on the internet about this, which, people got to be people. And one of the things that people like to do is have fights. Obviously, look at me. I sort of like it myself. But this bullying thing was just crazy, and it's the same stuff we've been talking about, othering the smoker, making them go and stand over there because you don't like what they do. And
within smoking, okay, I smoke Marlboro Lights. Well, you need to smoke a man's cigarette. Here's a Winston. I mean,
here's a Camel filterless, boy. What are you doing with that little sissy cigarette?
My dad did that to me. Here, smoke a man's cigarette. What?
Will Webb says, like, Superman was not bi. He wore pantyhose for Christ. And he wore his underwear on the outside. Just saying.
I think he was swimming with Aquaman anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Well,
who cares?
Don't even make fun of that, because the new Aquaman is also gay.
Okay. All right.
And Robin from Robin.
Well, that was obvious anyway.
So there's plenty of
who cares?
there's plenty of people being represented in the comic book world. But there's no reason why they got a black Superman, they got a white Superman, they got a gay Superman. Why can't they have all of them? Why do they only have to have one?
There you
go. So yeah. But anyway, I don't want to turn this into a comic book show, but because I easily could do that, because that whole show, I mean, all that's comic books back there. So
yeah.
Let's see what else you sent. Let's see. I implore you to go do it, or to go do you. Let me go look at what you asked me to do.
Yeah, go look at your freaking tweet.
I'm going to show this. So this is a tweet that you sent me from countertobacco.org. It says, Flavors Hook Kids in our point of sale tobacco marketing photo contest going now through November 12th. Show us the wildest flavor or the greatest array of flavored tobacco products you've seen for sale. So what they're saying is, let's advertise to kids.
Well, there's that.
I mean, because that's what they're asking you to go to vape shops and take pictures of the selection of vaping products
that the children can't buy.
A wide variety. Now, my question is, can I open this picture?
Sure you can. I don't know if you make it bigger or not, but yeah, you can. I mean,
just glancing at this, Kevin, I believe that most of these products are Delta 8 and Delta 10 and cannabinoids.
And kids can children buy those batteries?
Cannabinoids.
I'm going to send my 3-year-old grandson in and see if he can grab some.
Let me open this image in a new tab and see if it'll let me. Let me go over here and let's rub it. Let's rub it and make it bigger.
There we go.
Let's see.
HOQ.
So I know that Lush is definitely that's this one here. Lush, that, and the Stig.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Never heard of that. Never heard of this.
None of that.
Flavors Hook Kids is the counter word. Yeah, kids can't get them. How can they be hooked?
I would say that the vast majority, if not every one of these, is a CBD.
Oh, shit.
A CBD.
Someone's probably told them that underneath. Disposable. I don't know. I didn't.
No, David G. Sorry, David. I think those are all used up.
I've got mine. I've got 2 extras right
now. I can't use them, so I don't have them.
I don't understand why they would say this, though. It's sad.
Because they're stupid.
Well, that too,
but. Let's see what you said. I mean, as long as you're in compliance and you sell age-restricted products to kids anyway, right? What does this say? Oh, damn it, Kevin.
You had to go, didn't you? You had to do it.
Sign our amendment and your arrows and your
the back. Nobody
highlights
cares.
And underlines and little circles.
You know whose blog that is that I've highlighted on the right side?
That stands.
Yeah, that stands. I had to do that. He had some good points. I'm sure underneath that is somebody saying none of these are e-liquid anyway. Juke is probably down there somewhere by now. Who knows?
Let's see. You, Mark.
Well, Mark.
Michael Schuster. Now, if there's really esteemed cuisine, Big Mac e-liquid.
Are you going after it?
No, because I don't like the special sauce.
No. Okay. All right.
Alexi.
No, I think you're in something else now. I think you're in your feed. I don't know. Maybe you're not.
No, I'm not. This is yours. What the hell do you think I'm doing, dude? I'm a professional.
Alex.
I've done this before.
Dickhead.
Yeah, this is all, yeah. I didn't mess with this, Kevin. I was kicking ass this week and didn't really have a minute of free time. You'll notice that my Twitter is almost bare this week.
Yeah.
I was not super active. I apologize.
Doing stuff.
I had people's lives to save. I went to see a patient today and she had a seizure. And while I was calling the ambulance, she came out of the seizure. She says, "I'm okay."
That's good.
And I'm like, I don't care. You're going to the hospital.
That's a good thing, though, that she was okay. Man.
Then her daughter called after I called the ambulance, and she's like, I don't think she needs to go. And I'm like, that's up to you. But I'm documenting that I think that she should go. How about that?
Yep.
How about that? I'm ignoring you, Nick. I am not even going to justify looking at that stupid comment.
What's He said something about that just before we started. Something about the Bucks. I don't know. It rhymed with Bucks, I think. There you go.
That's what I said. Fuck the Bucks.
It's all right.
So you sent another thing from Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia.
What is going on? What is the problem with these people?
Nova Scotia.
Why?
Is that how they talk? I'm just
I thought that was Minnesota.
I know, right?
What is this all about?
This is a news release. This is not even a news article. It is a news release, like a press release. Illegal vape products seized in New Waterford. More illegal vape products have been taken off the streets of Nova Scotia following an investigation by the Department of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services Compliance and Special Investigations Unit. On October 6th in New Waterford, a 36-year-old man was apprehended and found in possession of 733 bottles of flavored e-juice, totaling over 54,000 milliliters or 54 liters, and valued at $34,500. He was arrested and the illegal product seized.
733 bottles. Oh.
I'm waiting for somebody from Canada, Thomas Kursoff or somebody, to come in here and try to yell at me for pretending to be Canadian and doing a really bad job. Vaping can be harmful to your health, particularly for our youth, and said Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services Minister Colton LeBlanc. The seizure we announced today is an example of how our compliance officers are working together with police to help protect our youth and keep illegal products off our streets.
Patrick?
What?
Have they found any kids with this many yet?
Actually, I did see an article a couple weeks ago about 2 teenage kids selling illegal vapes, and it was like a very large amount of money.
Okay.
Quite large, yeah.
I didn't
and I'm not, I mean, it was there. I'll have to find it. But, I mean, really, I have enough. Oh, no, I don't have enough ingredients to make 51 liters of liquid right this minute.
I don't think I do either.
I could probably make a couple gallons, though.
25 seizures of juice they've got below there since January. What does that tell you, Patrick? There is no black market, is there?
No, there's no black market. Not in Canada. Canadians like to follow the rules, hey?
Oh, my God. They're so polite and everything.
Yeah. They'll say, excuse me, when they're breaking the rules.
That's what I heard, anyway. I'm sorry. Was this illegal? I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nobody told me, hey?
Right? So it's always fun to see our friends getting arrested.
A boot. Of course, I should have said a boot in there, Will. There was nowhere in there that the article actually used the word a boot.
The word A?
A boot. Yes, they. Well, it depends on what province you are in Canada. What is banned and what is taxed and what is legal and what is not. Nova Scotia is pretty bad. I mean, obviously, we have a friend that lives in Nova Scotia that the government tried to actually suffocate him to death. They refused to pay for his oxygen. So we don't have a very high opinion of that province anyway. Quebec is like second on my shit list just because it's French Canadians. Making enemies left and right tonight.
Am I supposed to not like them now because you said that? Is that my
No, you can like whoever you want, Kevin. I think that everybody should be free to like or love whoever they like or love.
Fine. Good.
As long as you don't get rid of Clark Kent.
Right. What if it was all for him for personal use over the next 30 years? Who knows?
Well, it's still illegal because they were teenagers. Teenagers.
I didn't send you.
Okay. So, Kevin, that covers all of the nonsense that you sent us.
Good. That's good.
And I already played the really cool video that got me really upset and angry at the beginning. So here's what we're going to do, boys and girls. I have a link, and I'm going to put it in the chat room, and this will allow you to click on it. Now,
here come the Kraken.
Couple things. You have to use Chrome on as your browser.
Yes.
You have to have headphones on. And when you get into the back room, you need to mute the broadcast that you're watching. If you're going to continue to watch, you can hear us you'll be backstage. You'll be able to hear us, and I will bring one of you in at a time. This is not a panel show. I can't concentrate on more than one person at a time. You can come on. I don't care what you have to say. It doesn't even have to be about vaping. The only thing that it can't be is anti-COVID vaccine stuff. That will get you blocked like real fast, because they will shut my channel down for that. So
stop telling Troop what to do, Patrick.
I will tell Troop what to do as much as I want. How about that? So that's how we're going to do this. So I'm going to slap the link in, and I'm just going to bring y'all in one at a time in the order that you appear in the chat room. How about that? That's the fairest, most democratic thing that I can do in a republic. Oh, you know what, Kevin? Before I do that, there's one more thing. I saw a tweet today that really just chapped my hide.
Which one? Is it mine?
It's not vaping related, though. It is politics related. So Adam Schiff, you know who Adam Schiff is, right?
I think so.
He's a congressman, and he's talking about what do they call it? Redistricting and the electoral college, and he's complaining that somebody can become president. Here, I'll bring it up. So here's the thing, and I'm not for gerrymandering, by the way, but it says a minority, and that he's not talking about a racial minority. He's talking about like a majority or minority. A minority can use the electoral college to elect a president who loses the popular vote. A minority can gerrymander control of the House. A minority can stop the majority from governing the Senate. Does that sound like a successful democracy to you? Good. Well, I don't know where you went to school, Adam Schiff. You are a congressman from California. Okay, I figured it out now. Who must not have taken civics in school or had his head up his ass during civics, because we are not a democracy. The United States of America is not.
It's a big R word, isn't it?
We are a republic.
That's a big R word, yeah.
And we are we are a republic with a representative democracy system. So that means that people vote, and all of this is laid out in the Constitution, my friend. So
something you should be well versed in, right?
As somebody who is an elected official and a representative, shouldn't you actually know how the system works? And since you've been in DC for like ever.
Well, yeah, but
if you had a problem with the electoral college like 50 years ago, I'm sure I'm exaggerating, when you were elected, shouldn't you have worked through the system over the last 50 years to change how our electoral system works?
Patrick,
but don't go on Twitter and complain and whine because you don't understand the system. This is how our country has been governed for hundreds of years, since 1780.
No, he used the word gerrymandering, so he gets a pass.
Because that's a and I'm not pro gerrymandering by any measure. But God damn it, boy, this is how our system works. And we're not a democracy. Our country has never been a democracy. If we were a pure democracy, every one of us would be able to go to Washington D.C. and stand in the room and vote on we would, the Greeks. This is how the Greeks were governed.
Maybe he was confused with pandering.
Go to the Capitol and stand there and speak and demand that the laws change, and people would raise their hand and vote. And whoever was in the room, their vote counted. That's how a pure democracy works. Anywho, I didn't mean to digress from the open mic.
Maybe he
But
confused.
We are a a representative democratic republic. Anywho,
you're out of breath.
Well, I am standing up. I'm burning more calories.
Pandering
and my ass is not numb, Kevin. Now the only problem is I might actually want to go get a beer before I start this.
No.
Yeah.
No, really? All right, go ahead.
I'm going to drop myself off the screen for just 1 second.
Oh,
talk while I'm gone.
I don't get any prettier, so I'm hoping that you guys are good with that. Will, don't touch my vape and don't touch my guns is a good thing. I like that. Kathy, you're crocheting while we rant? What? There's no crocheting in Patrick's rants. And David, in with the good and out with the bad. So if a congressman can't figure out how this works, why is he in office at all? Why? And Patrick, you've got to give me a...
Because he's in California, that's why.
Treadmill desk.
You know, I would my wife, when I bought this thing, I mean, this is the desk was already here, but it was only like 36 inches tall.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm taller than it, so I had to buy a hydraulic lift. A hydraulic lift for my desk.
I thought it was for you. All right, good.
So yeah, I should actually.
Kathy's crocheting while you're ranting.
Kathy is a creative woman.
Good.
She is allowed to do whatever she wants. She's a very powerful and strong woman. I would never tell her what she can and can't do.
Milk crates.
And if she wants to make me a beanie hat, if she wants to crochet me a beanie hat, then I will wear it. Because in the winter time, I go from pub caps to beanie caps.
Or Patrick, I don't like you would be good.
I'm going to get a Kevin doesn't like me patch made.
Oh, get a tattoo. Make it.
Wait. Give me. Let's see.
You froze.
No.
Oh, there you go.
Here. Oh yeah, this one. Wait. This one is the one, Kevin. This is the one. This is perfect for the open mic night. Give me almost there. Boy, this super tapey.
It's what?
It's super tapey.
Tapey. Oh, good.
Yes, I'm making up words as I go.
Super tapey.
Super tapey.
Do you want ear flaps on the beanie hat?
See what?
Oh my God. You guys are getting this at no extra cost, so you know.
Okay, here, Kevin.
This is all
it says
free.
Under Huckleberry. All right, now we're ready to go. All right, so I already have the link pasted into the chat bar.
Oh,
so everybody get ready. Now, like I said, once you get into the backstage, now the first thing that's going to happen, you're going to click on that link. It's going to open your browser. Hopefully you've set Chrome up, or you can cut and paste that from the I'm opening the beer. You can cut and paste that from the chat into the address bar of your browser. It's going to ask for you to give permissions to the microphone and camera. Say yes. It's going to ask you to type in your name.
No.
Do that, or make a smart ass comment. I don't care.
Or your Twitter handle. Your Twitter handle would be
or
good.
Your Twitter handle. And then the first person that pops into my screen will be the first person introduced into the show. You can say, hello, my name is blah, 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 and then just cut loose. Whatever it is that you want to talk about. Again, as long as it's not COVID stuff or
this is
vaccine stuff.
Like releasing the Kraken without the Kraken, right?
Yes.
Sort of.
So the link has been thrown into the YouTube and Facebook chat rooms.
I encourage everybody to share this with your favorite anti-tobacco friends. All of those in the list that we've invited that won't come, they should come. They should come, though. It's right there. Right. They can get in.
Hey, Kevin, we got our first winner.
Uh-oh.
Got our first winner.
So they're eager. That's good.
Welcome,
hey,
Nancy Lucas.
Hi, Kev.
Look at that
Been here
face.
before.
Patrick.
I love
Huh?
that face.
You've been here before.
I've been here before, yes.
You know who
Absolutely.
you
Okay, yeah, I see. You know who I am. Well, you think you know who I am. A lot of people think
are. You're
they
that
know
New
who I
Yorker
am.
that lives in New Zealand.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah. That would be me.
I could have said you're from the Garden State.
You know what? No. Just no. No. Wow, that was really offensive. That would be like me saying something like, "Oh, you're from New Mexico" or something. Why would you do that?
I like New Mexico. I have a house.
I like New Mexico too, but I mean, yeah, you know what I'm saying.
No, you should have said, because I was born in West Virginia. You could have made some sort of comment about my cousin being my sister, or my mom and my sister being the same person. You could have gone some.
Yeah, but
really
you see,
good places
I'm not
like
that rude. You see, this is the thing. You automatically presume because I'm from New York, I'm rude and badass. I'm badass, but I'm not rude. There is a difference, son.
No, that's true. Anthony, yes, you can do that too.
I wanted to say something. I want to thank you first of all for promoting Scope, because the Scope this live stream that we're setting up, this is for all of us, and I feel you on the whole people not willing to make a video testimonial or not willing to really put their hand up and stand up. It seems to be always the same people, but I think we need to make the environment a lot more inclusive for a lot of people, and I'm going to explain that. What I mean by that is here in Asia, just hold on, let me finish the thought, drink your beer. For example, there's a lot of people in Northern Asia that use heated tobacco products. Yeah. Now, your average everyday vapor looks down on that, okay? So we have that bullying bullshit going on in our own community, and that needs to stop. We need to accept people, whatever tool they're using that's gotten them off of whatever it was that they were using, it's acceptable. We promote it. We celebrate that, okay? And that's kind of the point of what we're trying to do here with Scope. So I just want to make that point very clear. And I want to make it clear to everybody that's watching this that, you can participate just like I'm participating here now with the boys. We're going to set it up so you can do the same thing with us. Okay. Because this is about us. And if we're all together and we're all united front and we get loud, they cannot ignore us for very long. And I do think the tide's changing, but we have to capitalize on it. What do you think, Kev?
I think they better stop screwing around with each other. It's been that way since I started.
Yeah.
For that point.
Yeah.
That point is, oh, you're using this mod, and I don't like you should be. I don't know about the tide changing. I think they can't ignore it, but they're going to not ignore it for another 5 or 10 years. That's what I'm scared of.
Well,
that's my fear.
I think it all depends on where you are. It's funny because as the Western world seems to be going, to hell in a handbasket, we've got the Philippines looking to regulate and legalize. We've got Asa working his butt off and, working with the Thai government to get, the restrictions lifted. We've got, so that gives people hope. And I think that I would hope that gives people hope. And in Malaysia, they're looking to regulate. In Indonesia, they're looking to regulate. Hong Kong, we're not even going to go there. It's China. Australia, we're not going to go there. No offense, Bruni. Guys, I love
like
you,
China
but
too.
What a clusterfuck. But, there are some pockets of optimism, and I think we all need to focus on that and just kind of, stand and support each other. That's a big thing.
The other part
that's what I wanted to say.
The other part that I like what you said is that they all have voices, they being you who's listening. Every freaking one of you. If you want to hear what I have to say or Patrick has to say, you can come visit us every Friday night and we say the same thing in different variations. You have a chance to do so. Do so.
Let me address this really quick, Kevin.
Are you going to burp or something? What?
No. Kathy, I told you, when you're in the backstage, either close your tab from where you're watching the show or mute it. Then you won't have that problem. So, what is this scope thing? What is this scope thing, dear?
It's a live stream, and the way we've set it up is to enable everybody, any consumer advocacy organization in the world, to have time to run a show, kind of like what we're doing here. It's going to run for the 5 days of the COP, during the COP week, which is a conference of parties, which is where all the people who signed the Framework Convention of Tobacco Control make these decisions to ban safer products or severely restrict them, which brings me to another point I'll bring up before I go. And this is our response to it, because I'm one of those people that actually went to a COP and got thrown out. Mm-hmm. They're supposed to include us. They're supposed to include us in the conversations. They're supposed to include us in the process, but they don't. And most likely that's because they don't want to hear what we have to say, because we don't agree with what they're doing, obviously. So this is our response to it. So that's why it's SCOPE, which is Streaming Consumers on Point Everywhere. We're using the COP to kind of tweak them a little bit. And you're going to see the information coming out slowly now, coming up this week, next week, whatever. And it'll be a simple thing. It'll stream on Facebook, on CAFRA. It'll stream on CAFRA YouTube. Other people who are participating are going to stream it on their networks and their channels. The thing that's cool about it is that we've got people from Latin America, and we've got people from Asia. We've got people from America. We don't have any Europeans, which is interesting, but people are allowed.
Have some European participation during my.
Okay, well, that's cool.
My blog.
That's cool. But people are going to be able to use the time and do it in their own language. So the Malaysians will speak in Bahasa, and Asa and his people will speak in Thai. And, the Latin American people will be in Spanish. So it includes everybody, because normally we do these things and it's all in English. And a lot of people can't relate or ask questions or engage. Well, this is the difference with this. You can.
So like you were asking earlier about integrating or bringing in audience participation. So, for example, Jeffrey Zamora is in our chat room. As you see along the right-hand side of the screen, there's a tab that says comments or live comments. You can see the comments of the people that are talking. Well, the host can actually click on that, and it will slap it up on the screen so that people can read it. So we will be able to participate in that way. And then obviously you could always do the same thing that I'm doing tonight. This is sort of a dry run for an experiment because I've never done it this way. But allowing people to come in and just and vent if they want to vent, if they're frustrated, if they're excited or whatever, they can come on and feel like they're part of the conversation. Because a lot of times as a pure consumer, the three of us are pure consumers, and none of us derive $1 of income from vaping. I have a t-shirt store and I sell t-shirts, but I've never made enough money to call it income. I think I've sold maybe a total of 20 shirts, to tell you the truth, or 30 shirts maybe. But and I'm one of the prime customers because I'm wearing one of my shirts right now. So we feel like there are people that feel like they're not included because they're just consumers.
Yeah, we need to give them a voice.
But guess
they
what?
need to have a voice.
This is a consumer-driven industry. Every innovation in this industry has occurred because we demanded it. So I mean, we're going to do this. Any headphones will work, Tom. It's just that there's a lot of the audio processor that SoundYard uses or StreamYard uses.
StreamYard
is not. There's a little bit of latency built in, and there's a lot of artifacts on the recordings. It may not do an echo, but sometimes it even does an echo depending on how loud your speakers are. So any headphones will work, especially if you're on a telephone or a tablet.
I want to comment on something. Troop said something. It's not looking down at anything that works. It's knowing that the crap didn't work for most of us. And that's kind of the point, Troop. Okay.
So here's the thing, though. You say most of us, meaning us. Now, by and large, we are the smallest segment of this industry. I've said this repeatedly. People don't believe me. The open source market is the smallest segment of the vapor product technology industry. Guys like Juul and Views and any of these other big tobacco products, they're selling millions and millions of units of these things. and their markup is nothing. I mean, their markup's pretty high, but their production costs are very low, and they are making billions of dollars off of this industry. You can't believe that you actually are the largest segment of this industry. Now, in your world, they didn't work for you, but those products work for many people. I mean, I Enjoy King back in the day was a disposable cig-alike, and it was the bomb. I mean,
yeah, Vivinova here. But I mean, the thing is, but this is the thing, and that's the point, I guess, is that, we do, like, when I get up here and like I'm talking to you guys, I'm representing myself, but I'm also representing all the people, I consider representing all the consumer advocates, and I'm very aware of that. So I try not to make too many generalizations like that, us and them, because we've got people in Asia that are heated tobacco. I mean, we've got a heated tobacco group.
And we said repeatedly,
hey, they're not smoking.
Repeatedly,
I'm happy.
If they had put out Heat Not Burn. If they'd have put out Heat Not Burn 12 years ago,
first,
and I saw that first, I'd be a heated tobacco guy.
Yeah,
because
more than likely.
To this day, Kevin and I are sort of a rarity in the industry. We are tobacco vapors.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There are a lot of them. I mean, and I'm not a tobacco person, although I've tasted a couple of really good tobaccos lately, which is like, wow. But back when I first started vaping back in like 2007, 2008, we're talking, we had to make our own. We didn't know what the hell we were doing. Nowadays, it's a different story. But, I really want, my main thing here is, my main point is that I want people to really realize that when you're out there and you're forward facing, you're representing all of us, and you've got to be very aware of that. And it ties into what Patrick was saying earlier about people cursing and yelling and screaming.
I do that.
I know, but you don't do it in front of a,
the thing is, if you're I won't do it on the scope thing.
Yeah, I know. If an occasional F word falls out, we're not going to be too mad because you can't not be who you are. But you know what I'm saying? The attacking stuff, it's not good. Now you're just playing to the two wrongs don't make it right, like Mom used to tell us all, right? Same thing. So thanks for giving me the chance, Patrick, to actually talk about it. I'm much obliged.
And your audio and video sound perfect and look perfect. So I know that there were plenty of people that were concerned that their setups weren't going to be good enough. But Mauro has been on the show. Yolanda's been on the show. Chugga's been on the show. You've been on the show. A lot of the people that are participating in the cop scope thing.
Patrick has a lot of favorites.
Have been on the show. So
he's just a whore of favorites. He's the man whore.
Shout
love him though.
Vaping, Anthony. Shout for vaping.
Kevin.
Get him, Nancy. Get him.
Thank you, darling. Thank you, guys.
I missed some. Was somebody getting me?
Just relax. Calm down.
Okay.
Relax. It's okay.
Mark, now I want to make sure you come on.
Now Mark is already drinking? Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. I'm going to leave you. Bye, guys.
I'm hitting the remove button. Bye.
Mark was in a little article.
Oh, I know. There's H. H is there.
He's in yesterday.
It's
or
morning.
Tomorrow,
it's morning where he's at.
It's coffee time. Yeah.
Oh, I already had my first beer.
Coffee.
And I'm sort of sad because I only brought one. So what's going on, H?
Oh, busy. Lots going on over here in Asia, and I guess you got a lot going on there.
Is Thailand? Is the tides turning in Thailand?
There's certainly some discussion and debate going on, which wasn't really present before. The debate has expanded from the small coterie of anti-vaping. Not going to swear, people who
got chastised for swearing. So.
I know Lance's listening. So, whether it will come to anything, it's hard to say. But if you want to talk about Thailand, just briefly, you have a situation where this country it relies on tourism, and it hasn't had any for like the last 2 years. So now they're trying to get it all back again. And I think one point they need to really look at is, okay, you want all the Europeans to come back, you want all the Americans to come back. There's a significant percentage of them that vape. They're not going to come here if you've got these stupid laws. This is not going to come. You're shooting yourself in the foot with it. Never mind the harm reduction side of things. Then you add to the fact that a huge number of Thai MPs, members of parliament, vape. There's sort of like, definitely Thailand is not unlike many Asian countries where if you've got the power, you don't really have to follow the rules. I remember my dad telling me many years ago, he'd gone on a business trip to Pakistan, and he was with the Minister of Tourism in Pakistan. My dad was the chairman of or president of the International Association of Tour Managers, and they were doing a thing there. This was about 1970 something, I guess. And he was sitting with the Minister of Tourism. The Minister of Tourism says, "Would you like a whiskey? Would you like some pot?" And my dad said, "But these things are illegal here, are they?" No, just for the people, not for us. So, I mean, it's just what it is. So you have a situation in Thailand where you have a significant number of politicians vaping because they know, and they're like, yeah, actually, this works for me. Why shouldn't it work for everybody else? It is kind of, So there is. I would hesitate to say the tide is changing, but there is now some further debate and support, which wasn't noticeable before. The problem, of course, is that the antis are extremely well funded and are just paying for media coverage to put their bullshit across all the time, and that's we're not. We're money. Yeah, well, they've got the Bloomberg money. They've also got a percentage of all the money that they collect on tobacco taxes, which is quite significant, and they get a percentage of that too, and they have to justify that, which is the problem with all these anti-vaping people. They have to justify their income. Now, they have to support their career from. Go on.
What is the tobacco industry ownership in Thailand?
That's TTN, Thailand Tobacco Monopoly. The clue is in the name. They control, technically, they control all tobacco produced in Thailand. If you're a tobacco farmer, you get given a quota, and that quota is set by people who have to decide what they're buying the year before. So this year, the quotas have already been issued for next year. So technically, tobacco farmers are allowed to grow X number of hectares or rye or whatever of tobacco, and that's it, with the estimate that it'll produce so much per acre or whatever. But of course they don't. They produce what the government says and then grow more and then sell it in the local markets. So
there's a black market for tobacco?
This is an interesting statistic that the Thai government does not like to share with anybody, but around 50% of all tobacco products smoked in Thailand are untaxed, unregulated, completely off the radar, because it all comes out the back door of the farms and the agricultural communities can't roll it.
On Thai cigarettes.
Sorry?
Where is the tax stamp?
It's across the it's a band across the the top of the packet.
Okay, so it's not on the cigarette itself.
Not on the cigarette itself, no.
No, I had heard that there was some country was actually stamping the cigarettes.
Singapore stamps the cigarette to show that the duty's been paid. Wow. So that means the cops can come up and catch your cigarette butt and see if it's got the S on it. If it doesn't, then it's tax unpaid. So the only cigarettes that are sold in Singapore, technically, are the ones that are already taxed, and the actual cigarette is stamped with the proof of that.
I've got a question, Hennage. Is the black market sort of encouraged because people will get cigarettes and then they'll buy cigarettes too, and they kind of selectively grab a few here and there. They do a bust here, they do a bust there, but they let some of it go on purpose.
In Thailand, not so much. But I did a study years ago now, so it's well out of date. But more or less 4% of all tobacco products that came into Thailand were smuggled in through the Cambodian border because the duty is less there. So you could buy the same product and smuggle it into Thailand and sell it for a profit, and you're still selling it for less than the government approved taxed products. In Malaysia, where over 50% of all tobacco products are smuggled because the taxes are so high, the situation has long been completely out of control with regards to tobacco. So what happens is you get Indonesian companies, Vietnamese companies, whatever, who are producing no-name brands and just smuggling them in, which then get sold at less than half the price or whatever of legitimate tobacco products. So that's endemic, and all Malaysians know that. So and the Philippines has a long history of what they call blue seal, which is the imported cigarettes sold for much more than the locally produced cigarettes. So Blue Seal Marlboro, Blue Seal Winton, Blue Seal Camel was you paid a premium for it. Actually, I was a smoker then. I couldn't really taste that much difference, but it was to have a blue seal. Put your cigarette on the bar top with the blue seal meant you were somebody, because you could A, afford blue seal, and B,
my wife is from the Philippines, so status is very important to them.
Absolutely,
and being able to sort of brag about your status by multiple things, the things that you own, the things that you use, the cigarettes that you smoke, the whiskey that you drink. That's a big part of them. They like to play that game over there.
It's an Asian thing. Appearances are everything. That's why Cuban cigars are popular in China. Not because they like Cuban cigars. The truth of the matter is that anybody that's ever smoked a Cuban cigar knows they're pretty intense. Your way to get to appreciate a Cuban is to go through Dominican, Honduran, whatever, milder. But in China, for example, no, they're not interested in Honduran, because I want to smoke. I'm smoking a Cohiba, which means I've made it. I wouldn't be seen dead smoking anything else, even if I don't actually like this thing. It just makes me look good. With my,
well, that's why I hang around Patrick.
So smuggling is very well entrenched, not just in the tobacco industry, but in anything. It's like it's just the Asian way of doing things. So how much are you selling it for? Oh, wait a minute, I can get it off him cheaper. Oh, I'll get it from him. So yeah.
So, are you participating in the Scope project?
I'll be watching. I'll be keeping my eyes on it.
Well, like I said, I have 5 hours. I have 1 hour each night.
If you'd like to invite me, I'll be happy to join.
Yeah,
you've been
invited. We always have fun together.
We weren't going to tell anybody about that, Patrick. That was our little secret, remember?
Wow. Little tug every once in a while is all right.
I mean, it's 2021. Right.
That's right.
Yeah. So, look, the Scope thing is this is, I think it's going to be awesome. This is the way that we can get our voices across. Like Nancy said, we are the story, us. This is about us. It's not about Bloomberg and his pathetic ambition, and it's not about the pharmaceutical companies and the desire to stamp out all competition. This is about the stuff that we choose to do to improve our lives. This is about the effort that we can put into helping smokers find a better way to get their nicotine, to help their health, to help the health of their families, their co-workers, their friends. This is really important stuff that we're doing here. I mean, we're talking over 1 billion people's lives. 1 billion people. That's awesome. Talking about the number 1 billion, did you know that's how much Bloomberg has given to FCTC, just Bloomberg, since 2012? Did you know that works out to $3.25 every second? So in the time that I've been talking to you, it's 3.25 times the number of seconds that we've been talking. That's how much the FCTC has earned from Bloomberg, just Bloomberg, not Farmer, not Gates, not anyone else, just Bloomberg. There's another $3.25. There's another $3.25. There's another. That puts things into perspective. Now look at 1 billion smokers. Yeah, that's
we're squat, right?
Yeah, really. If we each put in a dollar, we could. And the other thing I'd just like to say about the Bloomberg stuff is that imagine if he had actually looked at the data, which he always claims he does, but clearly hasn't in this case. Imagine if he had said, you know what, this whole vaping thing is actually going to save lives. Let's put the money into promoting this rather than demonizing it based on a bunch of bullshit facts and no evidence at all.
No, there's no such thing as bullshit facts. They're bullshit lies.
Okay, yeah, okay, like facts with quotation marks.
Okay, now you do that. That's different.
Yeah, bullshit. Facts. Right, okay. So imagine if he'd used that money to actually follow the science and the evidence. We wouldn't be having this discussion now.
Nope.
We really wouldn't. The discussion we'd be having is to the FDA and the other people saying, so why are you still allowing cigarettes since we now have an alternative that works just as well, in fact, better? That would be where we're at. But we're not, because he's wasted $1 billion corrupting the FCTC and the WHO. The damage that he has done, not just to you and me and all of us, but to the whole WHO reality, is that you are corrupted. You have allowed this to happen. You're continuing to allow it to happen, and you're continuing to take the money. You are guilty as charged, and you are utterly irrelevant when it comes down to making decisions for me, for you, for all of us. You're just not. You're just not. So I think that the one thing that we all really cannot disagree with is that when you've got a foreign billionaire influencing your country's regulatory system, this is criminal activity. This is criminal activity in the US. This is criminal activity anywhere you do it. And when you look at Giuliani and his pathetic efforts to influence the Ukraine and what have you, acting as an unlicensed, unauthorized foreign agent, Bloomberg Foundation has got its claws into probably hundreds, but definitely scores of countries, most of whom are LMICs. Any single one of those countries could turn around and say, actually, here's the evidence. In the Philippines, we know. Mexico, we know. Malaysia, we know. Thailand, we know. India, we know. Pakistan, we know. Vietnam, we know. Australia, we know. New Zealand, we know. The US, we know. We know. You're busted. So back off. Yeah, but from our perspective as consumers, it's like, really, you've wasted this money. You've screwed us all up. You destroyed the credibility of the WHO's tobacco control, and you're still funneling money in there, and you're still standing there just spreading lies and causing this to happen. Imagine if you had followed the science and the data, your money would have been well spent. As it is, you've wasted it, and you wasted the lives of millions and millions of people who would otherwise have been saved. And it's because of you, and it's all on you, Mr. Bloomberg. Sorry, am I ranting?
Yes. Keep going.
I did want to ask you, you were in the chat room last week when I read the article from the young lady from the UK.
Yeah.
I just thought that was one of the funniest, most awesomest things that I've read in a long time. And she actually responded to us. She said she's going to keep up the research. She's going to keep writing. But when she basically said that Bloomberg owned Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, it was hilarious.
It really was. You know what upset me about that article was the fact that it's so similar to something I wrote and is sitting on waiting to be posted. That it's like, how does she get hold of this and then make it better?
and be younger?
Yeah.
Have more years to get even better.
I mean, as Kevin said, it might take a while, but I'm hopeful that by the time she reaches your age, she will actually be able to do what she wants. And she's living in the UK, where it's a lot easier anyway. But look, we are a global community, and the scope thing really hammers that home. We're a global community. What affects me affects you. The actual what the specifics in each country that we're in are obviously different. But the key messaging is absolutely the same. This is our choice, our lives. These things are a lot less harmful, and you are screwing around with the data and the science and the evidence and our lives, and you're making yourself rich while you do it. Sorry, but there's no place here for you. You need to back off. You need to put people in there. If you sign this, if you're a signatory, you have a duty to your citizens, the people that elected you to office in the first place, to bloody well listen and follow the science and the evidence and stop shitting on us with your lies and bullshit. Sorry, I'm ranting again. I promised myself I wouldn't do that.
We're not participating in scope yet.
Okay, that's right.
It's sort of on point for our brand. But H, there's more people behind you.
Yep. I'm gonna back off now and get myself another cup of coffee and listen. Thank you very much for the time. Hey, everybody, get out there and testimonialize yourself.
Kevin has something to say to you real quick.
Oh, Factasia. That's the site that we were talking about a while back, Patrick.
That's Kevin. That's H's site. We talked about Factasia when he was on the last time.
Yeah. Because I linked them on my blog a long time ago. So I'm going to put that in the chat real quick. So we got that for you guys to see, because there's some pretty freaking awesome stuff on there.
Oh, thank you very much.
So there you go.
He's okay writer.
I enjoyed
that girl from the UK.
She's okay. You like that?
I said he's not that girl from the UK.
Oh, he's not the girl from the UK.
She's my favorite writer in vaping now.
Yeah, I got to say, she hit that right on the spot. Listen, I'll back off and let someone else get on there. Hey, everybody in the chat, listen to this. This is good stuff. We're all in this together. There's testimonials we can do. There's stuff you can do that costs nothing, and it's easy to do, and encourage everybody that to participate. Just we have an opinion. We have the right to share it, and our opinion happens to be the right opinion, but we need to get it out there more so people finally get it. Because as we all know, it doesn't matter if it's truth or lie, it's how often you say it is going to determine.
It will become the truth.
But when it's the truth, it's much more powerful, and we do have the truth on our side. We don't have the money, we got the truth, and we got the numbers. And I said it before, and last words from me, we're a grassroots organization. We're grassroots. You cut grass down, it grows back stronger. So bring the sides in, guys. It'll do you no good. That's me. Thanks, guys. Keep it up.
See ya.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Where is
who? Let's see who we have next on the bat list. Oh, here comes our friend from California.
Oh,
the wonderful Miss Kathy.
I'll put my. I'll mute. Oh boy,
she's giggling. Why is she?
Oh my goodness! All right, hang on just a sec.
She was all worried that it wasn't going to work.
See, I am crocheting. I do this stuff.
That's good.
Crocheting.
Okay, I will make you a beanie. Do you want ear flaps on it? You want a little dingleberry on top?
No, I hate those. That's the only reason why I don't have a plume room one, is because the plume room ones always had little fuzzy balls on the top, and I didn't.
Okay.
That's not the kind of fuzzy balls that I like.
Well, I had an internet problem, so I was off for a few days just using my phone. And so I was going back through my bookmarks on Twitter. I'm on Twitter every day. I don't use Facebook anymore. I gave it up 2 years ago. It was just poison. And, I live in Northern California, in a rural area. So fires and shit is like, got me like hyper vigilant. So, ever since 2015, we've just been, almost most of the year. I would say about 9 months of the year, we're like fire, because it rolls until the end of November now. Our worst ones come in October and November. Anyway, so
do you bring the marshmallows and hot dogs?
Let's see. I didn't even know anything about vaping until 2011. At that point in my life, I had been smoking since I was 12. I grew up around heavy smokers, lived hand to mouth most of my life. So smoking had it filled many facets of my daily life. Everything from when I'm hangry to, showing social currency, bumming a smoke, sharing smokes, trading favors for smokes, on that, hey man, you went to and did this thing, so here's some cigarettes. Or
that's not the thing. That's not what I was. I thought
no, not for sexual favors. Fuck you. Not by me anyway. But in social currency. And also I found that in work situations, the managers and stuff, you had to go out on the smoke breaks to figure out what the hell was really going on at work.
Yep.
And so smoking was so integrated into so many facets of life, especially, living hand to mouth. Man, smoking.
Well, we talked
I'm
about
bored. I'm bored.
times.
I'm hungry. I need to take a break. I'm stressed. I need to calm the hell down. I need to wake up. And, making jokes about lung cookies and stuff, that was just the, part and parcel of, the running jokes.
How many times were you in the situation where you had enough money for lunch or enough money for a pack of cigarettes and had to make the choice?
Well, sometimes it was also a time constraint because your lunch breaks were so damn short. It was like, shit, I'd rather just have a few quiet moments and smoke.
Yep.
And then eat something while I'm doing something else.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was that moment to just step back for me.
Mm-hmm.
Just thinking back on, how I use cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time 2011 rolled around, I had gone through some things. And I was, in 2002, I had to have open heart surgery to correct congenital heart defects that were killing me. I was almost dead, really. And thanks to the intervention of a very caring doctor who finally sat down and go, you got so many issues going on, and let's see what's going on. My heart stopped while I was in labor with my son. His heart was also almost stopped at one point in labor. So yeah, the heart thing. So I've been grappling with serious depression and anxiety and PTSD issues since childhood, and I hit burnout about the time that I got pregnant. So all of that converged, and that was in 89. So by 2011, I was pretty freaking tired. I was just exhausted, and I knew I had to make changes, serious changes, in order to not just be laying there going, I feel like shit. And I didn't even know about vaping. And my mom, for in the spring of 2011, we went for a mother-daughter photo shoot, and the photographer, she had a cig-alike, and I was just like, what? Okay. So, right after the photo shoot, I went to the convenience store and bought some and everything, vanilla clove. I did have a period where I smoked cloves.
Yeah.
Just for something different. Those are nasty, but I love. Oh God, if you're poor and you have tooth pain, mouth pain, cloves, smoking cloves. Sensitive teeth, smoking cloves. That's another thing. Anyway. So yeah, so I went for the vanilla, I went for the clove, and the tobacco was just god awful. And the cigalike was just sort of barely kinda. But I was smoking from a half a pack to a pack a day. I had gotten down from definitely a pack or so a day down to half a pack. But still, that's too much because my health was really hurting. And so I dicked around with that. And of course, I went and got online and started doing research. I found the e-cig forum, which was wonderful. Yeah. I mean, back
until they banned me.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm talking about 2011.
It was in 2012 where they banned me.
Well, I was there for a while, but once I got the links to other things and stuff and started to dig deep myself, I was like, oh, cool. And then let's see, I found a vendor that was in Livermore in California, Apollo vapes. So that was my first open system. And I was like, this is it. It could be better, but now I can stop smoking. And so towards the end of 2011, I finally quit for good once I got that open system. And then I went on to, I've always been a MTL vapor, mouth to lung. It's just because I'm older. That's how I used to smoke. Yep. I did for a while experiment with, all other kinds of configurations and stuff and got it sort of into the hobby stuff and doing my own coils, yada, yada, yada. But I just don't have the bandwidth for it anymore. So I've just stick with my Z Glide tanks, my Z coils, and,
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. But I did put myself out there to do start a channel on Vape TV and stuff and did that. But because that was also the rise of the vape bros and their freaking insane giveaway nonsense.
That was the time that you and I met, though.
But it was just like, yeah, you guys are there was really no support for someone who was not a young vape bro with lots of swag to give away.
The Petners of the world.
To talk to people in a calm, quiet voice. My channel was called The Grotto because I just wanted a no music in the background, no crazy shit going on. Just let's have a chat. And that was just not flying at that time. So I gave up. But, I had invested my own time. I've been officially disabled since 99. Yeah. But people don't want to hear about that.
Right.
Gotta have something.
People don't want to hear about that. I do not have big, giant tits, and I'm not all that. I mean, I'm okay to look at, but not real pretty or anything. And I start to get real salty, and I get really sharp. I have a sharp tongue. I know that, but so that wasn't very popular then. But also, I just wanted to touch on something. I went way off track. What I was saying is that I went through my bookmarks, and one of them was for the debate that Mr. Bates had with two clinicians at the chest. I'll get the link. And oh my God, I got so angry. That's why I wanted to talk tonight, because it just brought to the fore. I've only got one window, so
you just put it in the chat room.
Yeah, there. Okay. Whew. It just epitomized the kind of dismissiveness and bullshit that I have dealt with with the medical people that I have over nicotine, over vaping, and them not acknowledging me as a person that this is actually not smoking, that I made this choice to act a big change in my health by quitting smoking through vaping. And they would not accept that. To this day, I still get a rasher from the medical people I have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And I've like when the Royal College first came out with their full report, I was just cleaning out the bookshelves in the other room, and I ran across a stack like this with a binder clip on it because I printed the whole damn thing out.
Yep,
all right.
Me too.
And I made copies and I gave them to the clinics that I went to. The stop smoking guy kicked me out of his office in less than 30 seconds and yelled at me. Get out.
You triggered him.
That's like being blocked on Twitter, isn't it?
I mean, I went to the AA meeting house and said, look, I understand addiction. I understand all that. And here is a way to get your folks to substitute smoking with something that's safer. Nope. Can't have you do it.
Wow.
And so and then I just, my own personal stuff just needed more attention, and just getting that much no did turn me away, and everything fizzled, and I had stuff printed up. I had things in my car so I could give people egos. I would buy egos, a dozen at a time, so that I'd have them on hand and be able to show them. I remember getting pulled over once. It was the two kids I was given a ride to in my fucking car. All right. I ran into these kids down at downtown, and they needed to get out of county to Santa Rosa to the hospital because his girlfriend got taken away because she had OD'd or something. God was real sick. And sure enough, the CHP pulled me over and took those guys out. They went through my e-liquid and stuff and was claiming that it was, cannabis oil and all this stuff. And I'm sitting there trying to educate. I'm doing the whole spiel. I had my brochures and stuff in the car.
Wow.
That was during the Mark Leno days, I bet you.
Yes.
Ugh.
Well, I live in Lake County, which is north and east of Sonoma and Napa County. So it sits on top of those two. Yeah. So we're in a no man's land. It's like 20 years behind on everything technology wise here. So it was quite a culture shock to move from San Francisco to here in 2003. But anyways, so yeah, the minimizing and the dehumanizing and the denial that I stopped smoking.
No, you're still smoking.
And unfortunately, I still come up against that. And do you ever hesitate when you go to a doctor's office and say, when they ask you, do you use tobacco?
Nope.
And I say no, because this is not tobacco. This is not tobacco. But do you vape? Well, that's tobacco. And even on the hospital campus here, the Sutter Lakeside, no vaping, no tobacco.
No, I'm pretty sure pretty much every hospital in the United States is now a no smoking, no vaping place.
Yeah.
Pretty much everywhere.
But
and I work in healthcare, so I mean our facilities are residential facilities, so they're allowed. There's a smoking and a vaping area for our residents, because most of our residents are at the stage in their life where they're going to tell you to go fuck themselves or go fuck yourself. They're in
those are my people.
They're in their 70s. Well, they're the same age as you, Kevin, 70s to 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
And I don't preach at them because they're 80 or 90 years old, and if they've lived this long and they enjoy whatever it is they're doing,
yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to say, hey, you could get lung cancer. I mean, they're 90 years old. What I mean,
right?
You could get lung cancer. You could get your
Some of
ass.
these guys are World War II vets, and they went and fucking
Yeah,
killed
they
Nazis
dealt with
and,
heavy chemicals and stuff and ordnance and everything.
They're
Oh
still
my!
going. So fuck that. I'm not gonna preach to them. But Kathy, there's a couple more people behind you.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, I had a sip of beer with you, so cheers.
Cheers. I already drank mine, but cheers.
But
And,
yes, please.
I think we're
please
gonna
make
do
it.
this.
I'm pleading to make it a more welcoming space to people of color.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To older people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Please.
Yes. I'm. Chris was in the chat room. Chris Big Knowledge was in the chat room, and he is our chocolate loving friend. He's been on the show, and he said, "Am I the only black guy that you know that vapes?" And I had to go, "No, Terrence. I know."
Yeah, you can count them on one hand.
Yeah.
Well, I have no
that
friends anymore. I've cut off all ties with every damn person because I hate everybody now.
Well, Kevin and I are still people.
Barely.
Careful. Yeah.
And you don't come to my. Nobody comes to my house.
Well, California is a no-go zone for me.
No. Never been.
If I can't carry my firearm with me, I'm not going.
Well,
never been.
I'm hunkered down. Yep. So.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think I'm very welcome in California either. They probably got a picture of me at the border.
No.
Don't let this guy in.
No,
he loves freedom too much.
You're male and you're white. You can pass. Don't worry.
And we do too, like old people. Ed's been in the room.
Yeah, I'm saying
he's one of the oldest people I know.
In the advocacy space, yeah, it's gotten so much better, but I still feel like they don't want to hear from me.
I do.
Anyway, shout out to everybody who's listening, who's disabled, who's not a male, and who's not white. Hi,
Kathy. We're doing the nicotine and neurodiversity panel show during Scope.
Yes, so I'd like to do it.
I will reach out to you between now and then and give you the deets.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Because
thank you.
Us crazy people need to all hang out and talk to people about
do info dumps on each other.
Well, I don't know about info dumps so much.
That's what we do.
That's not my kink.
Either we're super quiet and don't say nothing, or we just start spewing. Oh, you know about blah 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 blah, and did you know blah 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 blah, and did you know blah 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 blah, and we can't help it. We're blurters. We blurt stuff out.
When we get that eureka moment, we've got to get it out before we forget it.
Yes, exactly. It is
every second of every day.
It's an imperative. It's crazy.
Got to get it out, or I'll forget.
Yep.
Speaking of old people, there's Ed.
All right.
Did Ed make it?
Bring on the next. Bring on the next, so I can go back into regular chat.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And we're gonna do. I think this is a sign that it's been successful so far. At least we might do these open mic nights more in the future.
Yeah. Okay.
Get tired of listening to you all night.
I know, right?
But you keep coming back.
I know.
What the hell is the matter with you?
I really think
sucks. No benefits, and I still keep taking abuse.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, that goes on to a whole nother thing about
that's that whole S&M thing he's in.
Codependency and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bromance, all that kind of stuff.
I love him. I just don't like him.
No, he's in love with Dimitri. He's like physically in love with Dimitri.
Yeah.
And they're in France right now.
I know.
We didn't get to go, so I'm kind of jealous.
Oh boy, yeah, to be anywhere but the U.S. right now, seriously.
Yep.
I still love my country.
I love my country.
Still love my country.
But I hate people.
Well, I know I hate every part. I hate people in general. That is true. It's either disregard or disdain, one of the two. But individuals stand out from the crowd. That doesn't count. But thank you, Kathy, for coming.
You're welcome. Bye.
And, we'll see you on the Twitters.
All right.
All right. Bye.
I'm so glad she came on.
I am so glad. I mean, I met in Vegas at an event.
Yeah.
I want to say in 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. It was a National Vapors Club vape event in Vegas.
I heard about
But hey,
them.
Kevin, I know that the next guy that's on the list is somebody that you love deeply.
No.
Somebody that you have watched on Twitters for a long time. And he actually is he's up way before he normally would be up. But hey, there's Richard Pruin.
Well, hello, young man.
Young? Well,
compared to Kevin.
Maybe, yeah. So yeah.
Richard, what the hell, man? We've never had you around because you're in the UK, and that's like a really weird time zone for us.
Yeah.
I saw your post, and I just thought I'd quite like to be on the show. So
yeah,
I got up at 1 o'clock in the morning.
We love everything that you do on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you do, and the nicotine wiki, safer wiki.
Yeah, there's some news about the safer nicotine wiki. If anybody wants to do a survey, there is actually professional grade survey software on the wiki website. People would need to contact me. Oh, is that me?
I'm listening.
People would need to contact me either info@safernicotine.wiki or richard@proin.co.uk.
And is that to make a new one, or do you already have a survey that you're running?
There is a survey that I was running just on people's attitudes of safer nicotine products.
Mm-hmm.
But it's if people want to create a survey, they can actually get in touch with me. I'll give them an account
of that. Kevin,
yes.
let's make a new one.
You didn't listen to me about 3 weeks ago, did you?
No, I wasn't. I was ignoring you, Kevin.
Disregard. Don't worry about it. It's fine. This is Richard's time.
We should take advantage and
him and I have messaged each other, and I mentioned to you that there you go.
You did?
Yeah, I did. See what
I do have a very short attention span.
I know.
And my OCD and my ADHD, if it's not shiny, I'm not going to remember it probably.
I know. So, Mr. Pruin,
I know.
How did you come up with the Safer Wiki?
Oh, good grief. I was just looking for something that I could do while I was... there's only so much time I can spend on Twitter.
Right.
So I kind of thought, well, what else can I do for the vaping community that will actually make some difference? And I threw a few ideas around on Twitter private chats and came up with the idea of repurposing some hardware I already had to make a wiki that vaping people and tobacco harm reduction people can actually use to share information, studies. We've got pretty much all of the studies going there. News. Oh, there's something like 4,500 individual studies linked.
You about a month ago, I think, when we had our message, I put on Twitter that when I did my little nicotine challenge, that this is what I was looking for and I couldn't find. This is the answer. Patrick, stop it. This is the answer to the people that are looking for the answers. that I couldn't find 4 or 5 years ago when I did that the challenge to find addiction to nicotine. And that's how completely important this is for everybody in the room to see this site and look for things and find things accidentally to educate yourself and show others that this stuff exists, because it didn't exist before this. It took me months to put the survey or the challenge together. I did have a little bit of help with some very smart people, but this was what I was looking for, and I could never find it. I can't find it on any of the Alphabet Soup sites. I can't find it on any of the official FDA/WHO/anybody sites. This is what they don't want you to know, and you've got it in one place, and they can't take it down. And that's why I feel that that's the importance of this thing, other than the obvious education.
I'm on here.
Huge.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the wiki's there for, is for vapors to find information. We run our own search software so that it's actually tuned to find information on vaping. If you type in vaping related terms, generally something will pop up. Anything that you're looking for. And obviously, being a wiki site, people can actually sign up for an account, which you only need a valid email address to do that.
Right.
And you can actually go and edit the wiki site. Oh, hang on, my video's gone. I'll just
Anthony's jaw has dropped, Mr. Pruin, because you're on.
Yeah.
This is pretty amazing. That you actually take people's submissions as well.
Yep, absolutely.
So, yep.
Any vapors who want to sign up, all you need is a valid email address.
Yeah.
You can log on with Google if you want to. But you can just have a username and password, and the minute your approved email address gets verified, you can start editing pages. There's a page on DIY that I've just started, which is mostly for, or I was intending it to be for, people in areas where vaping was frowned upon or prohibited, so that they can actually make their own e-liquid safely and they can actually get the information that they need to produce what they need to keep them away from cigarettes. But obviously the information's there, battery safety information's there. We've got the basics covered.
Yeah, you've done your homework for people doing their homework.
Is there a way, for example, say I have PDFs of science that is no longer on the internet?
Yes, you can upload them.
You
can upload them, yes. Just sign up for an account.
I do have a couple thousand pages of science that is no longer hosted anywhere.
Well, we'd welcome having that on the site.
All right.
Absolutely. You just sign up for an account, verify your email address, and once you've clicked on the verify link in the email, you can go to the upload files section and just upload them. You can do about 100 megabytes at once, I think.
No, it might take a couple days then. But that's okay.
He's making
we have a lot of science to share. Old science that people have ignored when it was new science and still ignore it.
Yeah, and once the PDF's on our site, we've got a built-in PDF viewer, so anybody who you send the link to will actually get to see the PDF on the site rendered as it would be if they'd opened it in Adobe Acrobat or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, all of this is reputable science published in journals and things in the day, and a lot of it has been expunged.
Yes, There's a few reports and things which we've actually got on the site, which have disappeared off the web, which we still host. One of the global state of tobacco harm reduction reports, which they changed. I don't know why, but we've got the original on there, which has got much stronger support for tobacco harm reduction wording.
Mm-hmm.
They actually watered their wording down in the report that's on their site, but we've got the original.
Sweet.
Yeah, we need to hammer these people with the science that they conducted that they're now trying to hide.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And as long as the PDF files are in the public domain, so if they've been published in a journal and they're more than 6 months old and not available elsewhere, I'd be happy to argue that that's fair use.
Yes.
Yep.
I mean,
by and large, Google Docs and Google has their whole science journal section where they have all sorts of academic studies that are those 6-month-old. They're no longer new release or whatever you want to call it. And these were all freely available as free downloads, because I don't have any memberships to any academic sites that would allow me to have access to them. But they pass through the paid section, through that open or that closed period and into the open, and then they're just not in existence anymore.
Yeah. And I mean, I've tried to defend, I've had takedown requests from various people, and where possible, I've tried to defend them. Yeah, rather than take stuff down.
Yeah.
The only one I couldn't do, I mean, I'm in the club with Clive Bates and co. of getting one from using an edited World Health Organization logo on the site. And I had to take that down because they've just got so much money and so many.
They got more attorneys than God, so you can't fight that. I do remember
other ones, there is still stuff up there where people have said take this down, and I've just said no, I'm not going to, and they've just gone away.
I do remember a few years ago somebody else generated a satirical World Health Organization logo and got a little bit in trouble, and Kevin got in trouble for using the Truth logo at one point.
Nope. Not me.
Wasn't you? Who was it?
Oh, I've been told not to do it, but I wasn't in trouble for it. You shouldn't do that, Kev. Shame on you. Fuck off. I'm going to keep doing it.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I think it was Vaping 360, was it? Because I had one of their logos on the site that I had to take down as well.
Vaping 360 actually requested that you take their logo down?
No. A logo that they'd done based on the World Health Organization logo.
I was going to say, I'll make some phone calls and shake some people if that's the case.
No. It was something they'd put on their site that I'd actually
borrowed.
Yeah, for our World Health Organization page. But
Janine wants to know if the room has changed. No, Janine, it's always been this way. No, I'm in a different place. I'm using a different computer right now, and I'm standing up. I've been standing up for this whole show, so I'm actually liking this new desk. But Richard, I mentioned the nicotine and neurodiversity panel show that I'm going to do during Scope.
Yeah, I'm neurodiverse, and
I'm RSVPing you now.
Okay. Yeah. I think I agreed to go on in one of our private chats.
Well, I mean, it's just Skip
on the Twitters.
I think Skip's asleep, but Skip, Skip has lit a fire.
Yes,
and it's really funny the number of us in this community and specifically in the advocacy community, that are, not typical, is pretty amazing. And I think we're going to find out that a lot of people that use nicotine, that are passionate vaping advocates, are probably in the same area. I mean, Fig that used to be on the show, who's still, very near and dear to our hearts, and a brother, he has PTSD. I would put that in the same category as,
absolutely.
All the rest of us. Lots of us are, and even if you're not diagnosed, we know each other. We can tell.
Yes,
we sort of think the same way. But that's going to be.
I unashamedly use nicotine to treat ADHD, and I use 50 milligram nicotine pouches.
Yeah,
which is a lot of nicotine, and I get through about 50 odd milligrams an hour, so one pouch an hour. But that's much better than the meds that I'm prescribed, which have their own side effects. Nicotine gets rid of the anxiety rather than makes it worse.
And the meds that they would have you on, and they would have me on, are awful.
I have to take antipsychotics.
They
because I have
change
to.
The way your brain works. They change your personality. They affect your sedation level. You have no energy. You literally just become someone that exists.
Zombified,
Yes. So, if I took everything that they told me to take, I wouldn't be able to hold a conversation, let alone think in a coherent way, and I dare say form complete sentences at times. So, nicotine is an amazing thing, and it allows us to live some semblance of a normal life.
Absolutely.
And they're unwilling to accept that. So this conversation that we're going to have, I don't want to have it now. This conversation that we're going to have during Scope, I think will be amazing. And due to the fact that it'll be we have a fairly good large platform here. Our audio show, it covers the entire world. We have viewers or listeners on the audio platform all over the world. So the more people that listen, I think we're going to teach some people things that they never thought they would ever hear or understand or believe with that conversation. So it's what time in the UK?
It is currently 4 minutes past 5 in the morning.
Oh my gosh.
So I did actually get some sleep before I got up in time to come on the show. I was just looking through the usage stats for the Safer Nicotine Wiki. And we're averaging 14,647 hits a day.
That's crazy. Well, but they say 40% of every cigarette, or 40% of the cigarettes smoked in the world are to neurodiverse people.
Yes.
So that would mean, if all things being equal, that would mean at least 40% of the people that use safer nicotine products would be neurodiverse.
If not more in the UK, certainly.
Yeah.
Because I spent a good few years in a hospital, a psychiatric hospital. And while I was there, I made it my mission to make sure that in every clinic, in every mental hospital in the UK, and certainly in the trust I was in, there were disposable e-cigarettes available at cost. So that caused so many people to convert that it's just not true.
Well,
because they took away the ability for people to smoke. So e-cigs are, we know they're second to none as far as a replacement for smoking goes.
Just think of the savings that they would make if they would do the research instead of paying those exorbitant fees for all of the pharmaceuticals that they force people to take, to give them a nicotine pouch, or to give them a higher, because in the UK you have 20 milligram cap on your e-liquid. Give them, higher dosage nicotine in a salt form or whatever that works.
Absolutely. And
it would
lots
save
of
so much
people
money.
Titrate themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to chain smoke maybe 60 roll-ups a day to get the amount of nicotine I wanted, and it still wasn't enough. Whereas nicotine pouches, like I say, 1 pouch an hour, and that's all I need.
Mm-hmm.
So
and nobody's judging you. Nobody is chastising you for using too many nicotine pouches. I have friends that are users that if they're in treatment and they go to a methadone or whatever, and they're controlled what you can have.
Yes.
And that's based on some case study that says that somebody needs this much.
Yeah,
but there are people there are people that's not going to work for. And it's the same thing for me. I vape 12 milligram. I'm happy at 12 milligram. I use free base nicotine. I don't use nicotine salts. But I've been doing this for a decade. So I started out at 36 milligram free base.
I must be crazy because I vape a mixture of nicotine salt and free base at 48 milligrams in a 90 watt dual coil mod.
No. It's just what it is that works for you. That doesn't mean that you're crazy. I have, God, you know who Julie Wassner is, right?
Yes.
She tried to kill me one time by giving me 72 milligram free base nicotine. She said, "Here, vape this."
Oh, now that would be harsh.
And
that would have some throat hit.
But she vapes like 2 puffs an hour.
Yeah.
And that's what works for her. So, it was, I think she did it as a lark just to see what would happen if she handed me her Opus with a Stingray and she had dropped a few, or it was HH357 at the time, dropped a couple drops of her favorite e-liquid in there and said, "Try this." And I was at an event. Alex Clark was there. He vaped at the time. He was vaping something like 45 or 48 milligram at the same time. So they tried to kill me. But it was, it was a learning experience because everybody's different.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like my nicotine because of the effect it has on me, where I could take, I'm prescribed Adderall XR, which is like an extended release Adderall. The problem is, if I want to go to sleep anytime soon, I don't go anywhere near that. And it makes the anxiety that I get from the Asperger's syndrome 300 times worse.
Yeah.
Whereas the nicotine's a stimulant, but it makes the anxiety better.
Well, and Adderall is essentially crystal meth.
Yeah, it's mixed amphetamines in time release capsules.
Yes. But
it does actually work.
Your Asperger's most people that I know that have Asperger's would never even consider coming on here and talking, because most people with Asperger's have a little social anxiety. They don't, they don't want to do that. But I have friends that are vapors that have Asperger's that are in the theater program in college now.
Yeah, I mean, nicotine is a wonderful thing, and that's kind of recognised in the UK. So looking from the UK perspective to the rest of the world, where nicotine's much more demonised, in the UK, they've basically said, the NHS actually says on their website, nicotine is not harmful. It's the smoking, the combustion, the tar, the smoke, the particulates that do the harm.
Maybe I'll just move to the UK.
Well,
I'll sell my house in Mexico and my condo in the Philippines, and I'll just buy a house in the UK.
It's really expensive, but
yes,
there are some advantages, and the NHS being in support of vaping is huge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that made massive impacts around the world when Public Health England put out their 95% safer thing, even though there are some of the real diehards out there who won't accept that.
Yeah. No, well, here in the States, they're like, well, that's over there, that's not over here. Or, they try to say, well, the usage patterns in the UK are different than the usage patterns in the United States. And then essentially I say, well, are you saying that human beings in the UK, their lungs are different than human beings in the United States?
A doctor told us on Twitter that doctoring is different in the UK than it is the United States.
Doctoring.
Right. Okay. I mean, some of the problem in the States is the amount of advertising that people like CTFK do to kids and make them think, oh, I shouldn't have this product, so I'll go out and get one.
Well, I mean, as one of the founders of PAVE, Child said on the WHO video, if you tell a kid not to do something,
the first thing they're going to do is go out and do it.
There's every incentive for them to do the thing that you told them not to do. So yeah, when I was a kid, if my parents told me, no, you can't do that, what the fuck do you think the first thing I was going to do is? I was a little above average when it comes to the rebellion scale as a child, but it was because
likewise.
I had problems that they didn't even have diagnoses for. I might have been a titch worse than other children, but I would have the first thing I would have done was go and do the thing they told me not to do.
Same here. I mean, I found smoking at the age of 10 when it basically saved me from completely flunking school because of nicotine, because it actually gave me the ability to concentrate on things and do exams. Because before that, I just couldn't do exams. I got really good grades in projects, but anytime there was homework or anything that needed me to sit down and focus on it, there was no chance.
You just described me.
And I picked up cigarettes and started smoking, and it was, my eyes opened, and it was
if my parents were vegans when I was a kid and they said you can't eat meat, that's the first thing I would do. Doesn't matter what it is.
Of course.
But Richard, there's somebody else behind you.
Right. Okay. I don't want to hog. Yes. I don't want to hog your time. I'll go back to listening after this.
Well,
thank you for coming on.
I hope you did get some sleep.
Yeah, I did up until about 1 o'clock in the morning. So
okay. Because the person that's been waiting has been begging multiple times over the last while to be invited on the show. So I'm giving him his wish. So we're gonna have the next guy on. So Richard,
Okay.
you're welcome to come on anytime again to talk more about Safer Wiki. And I want to get Skip on here too because Skip is an integral part of that whole thing too. She shares the hell off of that. So we should do a Safer Wiki show and just be able to focus more fully on that.
Yep. And yes, if anybody wants to do a survey, get in touch with me any way you like. info@safernicotine.wiki is probably the easiest way to do it. And I'll set you up an account and you can actually post a link to the Safer Nicotine Wiki site and do the survey via us, which hopefully will give it a bit more clout. And
the only reason we know who Kevin is because he did a survey.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly right.
If he didn't do that survey, we wouldn't even know who the hell he is now.
Nope.
So,
probably
if you want to become vape famous like Kevin, come up with
Open your mouth
for a thoughtful and well designed survey and hit Richard up. Don't waste that man's time now.
For the record, mine was a crappy self-contained.
I will wait for the influx of emails and DMs and things. But yeah, it's open to anybody who's in the vaping industry, advocacy, THR. We'll host it for you.
Yeah.
And there's no limits on the number of replies. There's no arbitrary limits on the number of users you can have. You can do open surveys, closed surveys where you send people a link and they actually have to put a password and username in to get into the survey. Or you can have an open survey that anybody can literally go to and just take it.
And you can drill down data and you can separate things out, I think.
Yeah, there's full statistics. You can export the data in a multitude of formats. So CSV files, graphs, the works.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I mean, it is professional software that people use for, things like election polling and that kind of thing.
But those are easy to tamper with now.
So I challenge anybody who didn't like my survey, who might or might not be listening, to do better than I did and speak with Richard or email Richard and go do it. Do it better.
Yeah, the more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
It's unbelievable how much you've done, Richard. I apologize for breaking away, but man, I am so impressed with that site. So I appreciate you and everybody that's helping you do that.
It's absolutely good. Again, the more users we can get and people who put information in, the more quickly we can get the thing to be the resource that it ought to be.
That it is.
I mean, we're nearly there. We could do with more people to keep things up to date. I noticed you pulled up the Smoke-Free Radio page.
Yeah.
And it's a little out of date.
I need to fix that. I need to sign on and since it's my network, I guess I should be the one to update it.
Sure.
We should also figure out a way to link out to the recordings or to just simply host the recordings.
Well, yeah, that's always an option. I'd have to buy more hard drives, I reckon.
No, we don't want to spend more money that we don't have.
No, that's the other thing.
There's a donate on there. I did see a donate button.
No, there isn't a donate button.
I thought I saw a donate button.
No, it says we don't need donations or anything. We're fully funded for the next year or so.
Yeah, so I see it now. Sweet. It says how to contribute, and I was thinking of money because I'm a capitalist, but this is actually how to contribute with information. Yeah, absolutely. And the more people that sign up, the better, really. Yes. And we've got buttons on there to share things to Twitter and Facebook, Pinterest, and Gmail, and LinkedIn.
Yeah, all the smart people.
Is Tumblr still a thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it still exists.
Oh.
All the smart people that I brag about and all the scientists, Mark, I'm looking at you, and the chemists and those people who are other people besides just vapors can contribute to this. Really, you guys have more access than some of us do, but it's
I mean, and just do anything. Update the Smoke Free Radio page. Go and add some information about. There's a whole list of people involved in the vaping industry.
Yep.
And a lot of those bios are really short, just simply because we don't have the time to type in info. But anything you can add, even if it's only a small paragraph, if a few people do that,
data is data.
Yeah.
Data is data. Is it data or data?
I say data or data.
And
well, I figured Richard would know. He's from the UK and they actually speak the English properly.
Data.
There you go.
See? So we appreciate you coming on, Richard.
Yes, sir.
Yes, absolutely. I quite enjoyed it, actually. It was
nice.
You were saying about being anxious to start with, yes, but I've kind of chilled out now, so I'll have to do this again.
Yeah.
Now you got to get Alan Beard to do it.
Oh, Alan is like deathly afraid for some reason. Like I had a conversation with him on Twitter, and he was like, "I could never do that," and I'm like, "Why?"
Sure, he can.
This is a conversation with 2 people, 3 people.
Yeah.
You don't have to even think that there's other people watching. You know, this is just us hanging out, having a talk. There's no reason to be worked up or anxious or have any anxiety. But yeah, I mean, people do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure if you look at the first live stream that I ever did at the the Vaping Militia video show that we did, when we did the live stream on Sundays in the afternoon on Vapors TV back in the old timey days, you only saw this much of me.
Yes.
Like I always aimed the camera so that this was the only amount of me that you saw. So you know.
Just one last thing. I'd like to say hi to all the folks from Bath TR and say we're not going anywhere. Sorry.
Fuck him.
Bam. Hi guys.
I know who you are, who you're saying hello to. They can go fuck themselves.
Politely, of course.
I hope she's not watching. No, she left. I have to remember not to use foul language when I'm on the scope video.
Well,
oh, okay. Do they penalize you for doing that then?
Well, no, I mean, I'm participating in the national consumer advocacy thing. I guess I need to be respectable. But H is going to be on with me on one show, and obviously you and Kath and a couple other people are going to be on the neurodiversity and nicotine panel.
Yes.
I don't know that I'm going to be able to control everybody's language, and nor would I want to.
Nope.
I might try and avoid dropping the F-bomb, but other than that, no, I don't really do swearing too much. I try and keep things clean on Twitter, but
in America, no, I don't curse on Twitter. I don't use foul language on Twitter at all, ever. I will use words to embarrass people, but I will never use foul language on Twitter. I've been very vigilant in that. I did make the Surgeon General of the United States feel bad, and
so did I. He offered me a hug.
Yeah, he said that I hurt his feelings, and he may have to mute me because I hurt his feelings. But I did not use any foul language when I did it. I just actually hit him with science and facts that made him look like an idiot, and he didn't like Jerry. That. So
somebody invite Jerry on, will you?
I've invited him on. You've invited him on. He just won't come on.
He offered you a hug.
I invited Scott Gottlieb on multiple times. He won't come on. I've even invited Stan on, and Stan won't come.
I know.
But I mean, even when he did come, all he would do is talk about teenage boys and penises again. So
crumbs.
Look, now you're upsetting him.
I mean, he did multiple videos on the internet. He's talking about vaping and penises and that vaping will.
Vaping is an anti-Viagra. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anywho, let's get Will
Okay.
Webb on.
Yes, I'll catch you all later, and
Thank you, Richard.
enjoy the rest of the show, everybody.
Yes,
Thank you for everything you do, Richard.
Yes.
Okay, it's not a problem, really.
That still means I can still say thank you.
Of course you can.
Unsung heroes.
Yes. So have a good night. We'll see you in the chat.
See you.
Okay, good night to you.
Night.
Night.
Ugh.
All right.
Wow.
We're
Nice.
We still there. I have put the chat. I have put the invitation in the chat again, just to see if anybody else wants to come, because this is the first time, and I don't know that it may not be the last time that we do this, but we've given all the people the opportunity.
Did you tell Ed to click the right button this time, or
I don't know. Ed's old. He may not understand.
did you see my share screen? The Victor share screen has been waiting.
Do you want to do the Victor share screen before we bring
I wanted
the next one?
I wanted to clarify this doctoring thing. She didn't actually say doctoring.
I'm just going to say one more time. I'm going to say this. Will has been waiting for a while.
Oh, well, yeah, we could do Will.
Just for you, I'm gonna share the screen, and Will can be upset with you for postponing and making him sit in the backstage for a little bit longer. So the Victor share screen.
Other studies contradict this, and doctors in the U.S. can't follow UK guidelines. Now, briefly, heart things and diabetes things. There's a slew of things that the UK has given the United States to go, we should do that too. But Dr. Linda MD, I don't know, 3 years ago said that they can't follow UK guidelines.
No, Kath, it's not that Will.
So
don't get excited. This is not that Will with 3 question marks and ZMG. I don't think this is the same Will.
Yeah.
But, hey, this is Will Webb.
Woohoo!
This is Let's Go, Brandon.
Let's go, Patrick.
Evening, ladies, gentlemen, Patrick.
Oh, I get my own category.
Yeah. Well, you have to identify people as what they claim to be now, I guess.
I am the Patrick, though.
Yeah.
All right. Put the in front of it.
The Patrick.
What's up?
Oh, not much. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on with all these vape laws and that. It's like a big insanity. It's like, this one closed system can be used now, but this other stuff's still bad. It's like, wait a minute. What about the tobacco I used for years that caused me to lose all my teeth, have tumors cut out of my head, lose part of my upper jaw? Yeah. That wasn't bad for me, obviously. They didn't say it was bad for years. They knew it killed people.
Now, Will, how old are you?
52.
So you're only you're about 15 years younger than Kevin and 2 years older than me.
So, a year for clarification.
When did you start smoking?
I started dipping snuff when I was 5 and smoking around 11 or 12.
He beat you, Kevin.
Got me on the snuff. Yeah. I was 9 when I started smoking. So yeah.
When I was a kid, my dad was a Shriner. And every year in Mississippi, there was the state fair would come for 2 weeks, and the Shriners would have a tent, a beer garden, and beside the beer garden there was the ag buildings. They were actual permanent structures on the fairgrounds for agricultural shows, but during the state fair they were trade booths, and all of the cigarette companies and all of the chew companies had booths there, and literally they would give anybody that walked by a pack of cigarettes,
a can of dip,
a bag of beech nut, a bag of Red Man,
can of Happy Days.
I had so much chewing tobacco, because I would literally walk through that booth. If I went with my dad every evening after school, because the beer garden was open all night until 3 a.m. So the Shriners were making hamburgers and selling beers all night. and those booths were open the entire time as well. So I could go and get like 4 or 5 packs of chewing tobacco. And when I chewed, it was not stuff in a can, it was stuff in a pouch. It was chewing tobacco. And I was making out like crazy, and then I'd go to school and sell them to my friends, because we all chewed back in those days, and you got to get the good stuff that makes you the hair grow on your chest and stuff. But I didn't have nearly the outcome that you had. I didn't lose any of my jaw, at least.
Yeah, I also.
And if I did, it wouldn't have been from that. I'd get from getting punched in the face.
Yeah. The early stage COPD. I mean, they don't tell you that it's like vaping can help actually increase your lung capacity at that point.
Oh no, they would never want you to know that, man.
Oh no, I mean, I deal with the nurse every time I go to the doctor. It's like, that's going to kill you. That's going to give you cancer. It's like, are you stupid or are you just lying? Which is it's one of the truth.
I wouldn't even go that. I wouldn't. Half the time I think they're just indoctrinated. They've been brainwashed. They've been told. They listen to people that they think are experts on the subject matter, and they only absorb what has been preached to them. And when American Lung Association or American Cancer Society, American Heart, all those people, 5 years ago, and even till today, some of them are, less than favorable when it talks about vaping. These nurses, they believe what they hear from these people because they've been told their whole lives, these are trustworthy organizations that you have to listen to.
They've never been.
And they're not going to bother to read the science. You and I and Kevin and Kath in the chat and all these people study this, we research this, we do this because it directly involves us. But they're not going to do that. They're just going to listen to what the bullet points that have been fed to them by these organizations. So I don't blame the nurse as much as the liars that have brainwashed the nurse.
In the first couple times that I met this nurse, and she says, like, here, let me show you the actual facts. Let me show you the research that's been done. Doesn't even want to look at it. It's like, that's just sad. Not even interested in information that could help save your patients' lives.
Well, again, I think it's just that they're,
they drank the Kool-Aid.
They're just in the part. They're toeing the party line. They're true believers, and I don't, because my wife is a nurse. My wife completely understands the science of vaping. She sometimes is grumpy because I vape too much, or she thinks I vape too much, but she knows that it has improved my life, and it has. I think Kath even met my wife in Vegas. The situation is that if you're willing and you are able to think for yourself. See, here's the thing.
What?
Here's the thing. Our people are not promoted. It's not promoted that people should think for themselves anymore.
Oh no, that makes you a thought criminal.
You have to, and there's a wonderful piece, if you haven't seen it this week, by Charlie, Dr. Gardner, that's on Twitter. I believe Kevin and I have both retweeted it. I'm talking about language and the changing of verbiage and Orwellian language. You should read it. Huh?
I'll get it.
Yeah. Before we go, Kevin, Addy Tooney made his video.
What?
Addy Tooney made a video. What? We will show it after we've done talking to Will. Obviously, Will's been waiting patiently in the thing.
I'll give you a little bit of grief now and then. I mean,
I'll say this about the body parts people. Honestly, I trusted them, and I've said it before. I walked for March of Dimes. I collected for the Lung Association with my mother. I did all
March
that
of Dimes is about birth defects. I don't have a problem with that.
Et cetera, et cetera. And then suddenly, when I stopped smoking about a year or so later, I found Dave Gorlitz, and I went, holy shit, they're all lying. So when they do it like we've always done it this way at the nurses station and what have you, I kind of do get that. I don't like it, but I've had the same exact responses a few times from professionals, both personally and on Twitter. So yeah, not funny.
What's really funny here, Kevin, is here where I'm at in Texas, in Corpus Christi, the main lung doctor, the main pulmonologist in here in town, the one that everybody knows, is an Indian doctor, and there's a lot of pulmonologists that are Indian or Pakistani, and he's the most vocal anti-smoking guy that I've ever. Like he goes on TV, talks about it on the news channel, the local news, not the national news, but does all these things for, Stop Smoking Day and all this stuff. And I was walking through the physician's parking lot one time, and he was sitting in his BMW smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
And he looked at me, and he had this look of like a deer, like staring at the headlights.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I do agree. They do need to do a lot more research into like smoking, how it can help people, as you say, neurodiverse or mental issues of any kind. I mean, I have
smoking
PTSD
will help people that are neurodiverse for sure. I mean, it would be better if they didn't.
It's much better if I go and hit my mod and punch out that stupid clerk at the store who will shortchange me $20 and go back and say, "Give me my change."
Yeah.
It can help. A lot of people help them deal with a lot of things in different ways.
Yeah. And that's the thrust of we've spent a lot of time in the last couple months on that particular topic, because obviously I have problems, and we have lots of friends that have problems that use nicotine so that they don't have problems. Here we are, we're at a stage in the United States, at least, where it's going to be impossible to find nicotine. Even for guys like me who are able to make my own stuff, or Kevin, who is able to make his own stuff.
Yep.
At some point, we're going to run out of nicotine, and we can't get it anymore.
Yeah, I've only got about a half a liter left of 6 milligram base.
So, I have a little bit more than that. I do have a gallon of 250 milligram per milliliter. So I have about a 3-year supply, maybe
250 milligram base.
Yes.
Oh, you should take a hit of that real quick, just straight out of the bottle.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Kevin, go get your 100 being atomizer and drop a couple drops in there.
Oh, I don't think so. Is my link? Is that link showing up?
The Medium link for the Gardner piece? Yes, but I can't click on it. I mean, I can click on it, but if I click on it, it just shows up on the stream like that.
I can't see it on the chat even.
I can see it in the chat.
Okay, all right. As long as somebody click on it, let me know it's working right. If not,
it's working.
I think the whole idea of getting user participation or viewer participation turned out pretty good tonight. We had some amazing people come on and talk about vaping, about activism and about advocacy and about people. I mean, we had what, 3 continents?
That's right.
4 continents.
That's right.
All right. Well, in Texas, what's been your feedback from when you've talked to politicians and that? Here, it's like they just blow off here in misery.
This is not. I mean, Texas is not an example of the rest of the world. I mean, obviously, my actual representative in the state is the guy that was the author of one of the worst bills to ever be offered in Texas, but it didn't go through. But my federal level people, Ted Cruz and Michael Cloud and Cornyn, I've had conversations face to face with them over the years. The last couple have just been staff people, but I've never had an aggressive conversation because they're all Republicans, they're all free market guys. Cornyn sort of turned code on us this last session, and was pushing for he's a co-sponsor on Rajah's bill, I believe, the PACT Act bill. He was instrumental in that as well. So it's going to bite him in the ass.
Okay. I hear the governor is flip-flopped back and forth a couple different times. It's like you don't know which way he's going, and
But you're in
depending on what
California?
I'm in Missouri.
Missouri.
Yeah,
You got AJ Mall though. AJ is an amazing guy over there in Missouri.
Overall, he's done a lot of good for the state, but it just when it comes to the topic of vaping, he just doesn't seem to know what he wants, and it depends on who he's talking to.
Well,
what's he's got.
The thing is you know, this is an important thing to us because it directly impacts us. To politicians that have a pandemic, that even before the pandemic, they got to figure out how they're paying for their fucking infrastructure, how to build bridges, how to make the roads work, how to keep the lights on. Vaping is not the most important thing for them.
Yeah.
And the only way that you're really going to get a direct answer from them is to make it important for them. So, you know, I don't know what the vaping industry looks like in Missouri, but
dying quickly.
Well, but even in the past, I mean, John Huck is in Missouri, right? Am I wrong in that, Kevin? Why did I think John Huck was? I thought he was. You know, he's an ass kicker, that John Huck. The thing is, you know, you gotta go into the state house and you gotta go to the governor, the lieutenant governor, or whatever staffer that you can get to, and you got to bring the financials. You got to say, hey.
Yeah, I'd live about 30 minutes away from the state capitol, but yeah, you really can't get into the state house or capitol building right now.
Not now,
it's
because
locked down.
You know,
but I have done my calls, my emails, and all that to the office.
Yeah, I mean, literally, those direct routes, the emails, the handwritten letters, the leaving a voicemail on the office phone. Those things are pretty standard. You should do for every person that represents you, without flaw, like every time, like even before it becomes a thing. Like the thing about every federal level representative and every state level representative is that everything that you send to them in a written form has to be preserved. They cannot throw anything away. Depending on what the state law is, that could also encompass electronic stuff, especially if you're using the official email.
Twitter.
So do that. But the thing is to get the public involved. So the shout for vaping video thing that I've been trying to get people to do, that Addie actually did already since I yelled at people at the beginning of the show. That actually, not only can you post that and tweet and tag your politicians, but everybody that follows them and you will see it. And then people will hit like or share or retweet or quote retweet. And the more people that see that share it on their timelines. So if I retweet Addie's video in a little bit, it's going to all of my followers too. And if I tag all of my politicians in Addie's story, it's going to hit their feeds. If I retweet Charity's video from Victor and tag all of my politicians, it hits their feeds, hits my feeds. Everybody that follows me or follows them sees it. And the more attention that we get on these things, we could actually sway public opinion. We could get, if we had 200 of these videos that are a minute long, you know, there was somebody in the chat room saying, well, they're just going to scroll past it. Some people will. Damn straight. There's going to be there's going to be people that blow past it, but some people are going to stop and watch it. And Charity's video, I haven't watched Addie's yet, so it's over here on my screen, but I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know how powerful it is. But Charity's video is fucking powerful.
I think a lot of the problem with getting people to listen to our point is vapors have been kind of pegged with the tag of those crazy conspiracy people. It's all those crazy vapors.
Some of them are.
Oh yeah, I mean, pretty much we're all crazy in one way or another. But
no, but I'm saying some of them are a little conspiracy minded too. But and to be fair, there's some value in that. There's some reality to that. But to See, the problem is we are also seen as a circus. Kevin may not remember this, but I remember this at a hearing in Maryland a few years ago. One of the politicians was taking notes, and Greg Conley just happened to be in a position to read what they were writing, and they wrote and circled the vapor circus because the way we represent ourselves.
Well, we fight amongst ourselves, brand against brand.
Not only that,
click against click.
It's the manner with which we communicate with the world is also not very positive. So if we had stories of positivity without the hashtag fuck the FDA at the end, we may, and there's no
hard tag to resist.
But we have to show positivity. We have to show that we are a positive movement, because the story that we're pushing is that this product saves lives. And it should be treated in a manner of respect and honor that it is a life-saving miracle. And when you say, vaping saved my life, bro, fuck the FDA, it loses its value.
Yeah. When you start throwing in the good old F-bomb instead of we believe, it should be more like we believe the FDA is wrong. Here is our point.
Right. Exactly.
This is why we think this.
No. We can prove. This is not something that we think. This is not an opinion.
Oh, we know we can prove it, but we got to convince them we can.
So here's the science. I implore you to read this data. It conclusively proves that vaping is at least 95% safer than smoking.
Then you got like hashtag truth, which you don't even see anti-smoking ads anymore. It's vape is the new evil that's killing your kids. Not crack, not heroin.
Well,
not
you're
tobacco.
not even going to see anti-vaping ads in the next year. It's all going to be anti-nicotine.
Yep, already is.
Change the narrative.
If you look,
suit the need.
I think we showed 2 weeks ago on the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids website, their mission statement is a nicotine-free future. Now, it is not a smoke-free future.
Correct.
They have completely, with one word change, completely. They have made it. They've added years to the longevity of their organization, because once smoking goes away, once the smoking numbers, and it'll never go away, but once the smoking numbers get down to that 7 to 5% number that they're touting, then their mission is complete. So now they can say we're not a smoke-free organization, we are a nicotine-free organization.
And in the process,
and they can get another 10, 20 years out of it, because we're going to fight for that long.
Yeah, what about all the benefits of nicotine?
They don't care.
Huh?
They also had opioids in the middle of that for a little while, and they took it back.
Yeah, they did. They
sure changed their thought on opioids. A couple of years back, it was, here, take this. It's not addictive. Take this. It's good for you.
I don't think Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids ever said that, but yeah.
No.
Obviously the FDA is the one that said that.
Doctors used to choose Winston as the healthy cigarette for you.
It depends on which commercial you know. 9 out of 10 doctors say that Camel is the way to go for the full flavored.
That's right.
Yeah, if you're a young lady trying to control your weight, Winston is the brand to keep the pounds off.
That's right.
Virginia Slims, the lady cigarette.
Mm-hmm.
You've come a long way, baby.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, some of us are old enough to remember those advertisements on TV. I remember smoking cigarette ads on TV. I remember cigarette ads in every fucking magazine.
Flintstones, Winston ad. You can find that on the web anywhere and look that one up. Fred and Barney relaxing, having a smoke together. So before they stole the Fruity Pebbles, they were smoking cigarettes and getting drunk.
Cuckoo for my Cocoa Puffs. Anthony says that he's a raging conspiracy theorist in the chat room.
Good. Good. That's what
I don't. Jeffrey says that he says, well, I think the U.S. is pretty close to its first tobacco-free generation, less than 5%, but they the data on smoking yet, and they do. they're not going to put a press release out and say we've done it. They're going to quietly publish it on the back page of some website somewhere, because
the more
because they don't
you
want
tell
anybody to know
people
the
and
facts.
kids not to do something, kids especially, the more they're going to go do it.
Yes.
I swear Nancy Reagan's the reason I dropped acid the first time.
Well, I mean, we
do
showed,
that. It's bad. It's like, shit,
we
I'm gonna
showed
do it.
this is your brain on drugs, and the new version from the Drug Policy Alliance with the same actress, where she has to basically say, I made a mistake. I mean, she made that video when she was like 14 or 15 years old, and they paid her to smash an egg and
The one with the frying pan when she destroys the kitchen.
The whole kitchen, yeah.
We played it.
Yeah, we played both versions of that on this show. But I mean, I think we're beyond the stage now. I don't believe that we should. I think everybody's free to make their own choices. If people choose to smoke a cigarette, then that's their fucking choice. And as long as they're not blowing smoke in my face, it's their choice.
Yeah.
And it's their choice to also blow it in my face and maybe get
a fist in their face in return.
But I don't think it's the government's job to regulate my behavior.
No, it isn't.
So, I am a firm believer that and I know this is going to trigger some people, but I'm not a big fan of abortions. But it's not my place to tell somebody what they can do with their body.
I'll have to agree with you on that. I would not recommend anyone to have one, but it's their choice, their body.
I mean, there are other solutions to that, but people have to make whatever choice is best for them. And
that's the answer right there.
Body autonomy is one of those things.
Yeah.
If it's your body, it's your choice. I will not preach at you for making your choice. I have a personal opinion on the matter, but it's my personal opinion, and my personal opinion should have no effect on your life.
That used to be the great thing about this country, is we didn't have to have total agreement. We just had to have dialogue.
Well, and there are plenty of people that I agree. I think Demetrius and I both agree that if we can get together and agree on 75%, then the other 25% will work itself out.
Yep.
I mean, I do know a lot of people who probably should have been aborted as children, but that's just because I hate people.
What did I say a while ago?
You hate people?
I hate almost everybody.
Yeah. Pretty much hate everybody. The rest I just want to punch in the throat.
Yeah. Disdain.
Disdain
is part of, Yes. There might be a little bit of psychopathy there, a little bit of sociopathy there. People.
I like my cats in about 4 or 5.
I don't even like cats.
How do you not like cats? Cats are great.
I hate cats.
Take care of themselves, and
I'm a dog guy.
They'll bother you. Oh shit! Not everybody can be perfect and like cats.
I want unconditional love, and dogs do that.
Well, cats are not for you.
No, cats are definitely not for me.
Because they want unconditional love.
Bernie is the perfect animal.
Bernie's the perfect dog, yes.
Yeah. Not only does Bernie love unconditionally, but Bernie also helps people quit smoking.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, fuck the FDA part. Let's go back to that for a minute. If Dr. Glover on her own had figured this out, she would have, I'm sure. If we'd have been saying fuck the FDA at the time that she went, wait a minute, that makes sense too. I think it was Alan Beard that was in that thread. I don't remember who else. She may have been turned off quickly by those words. So we have to be careful, especially on Twitter, for that. Just wanted to make that point. I really wanted to make that point.
I just,
it is
with the regulation and that, though, the harder and harder they make it for juice makers, mod makers, and all that, the more of them are just going to give up, fold, and go away. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they've already.
My favorite mod company announced this morning, December 1st is their last day. They'll be shipping. They're gone.
Well, I mean, they have no choice. I mean, literally, eventually.
I think they could have fought harder. They could have stuck around more. They could have done more, but a lot of them are just giving up.
So FDA has made their decision. The MDOs are out. I will draw. I'm going to make the prediction now, Kevin. You can write the date down and the time.
I'm ready.
The lawsuits are happening. A couple people got. One company got a temporary stay. The other one got their MDOs rescinded. Nobody's going to win any fucking lawsuit against the FDA. The criteria, whether it was published prior to the fucking deadline or after the deadline, it is in the Federal Registrar. Right. The deadline, the September 9th or 8th, whatever deadline, never was intended to be the date they had to approve PMTAs for. That was just the last day that you could legally sell your product until you received marketing orders.
Well,
that's in the statute.
Right. If your product's rejected, can you resubmit?
From square one, yes.
Yes. Okay.
But then you have to do all the stuff that you can't afford to do.
Yeah, of course.
So the science is still the same price. The price tag that's on the science is still the same price tag that's on the science. A lot of that science. See, the other thing is a lot of people that got MDOs, you got to realize very few, if none of them, except for the big companies, had actually submitted a complete PMTA. All the PMTAs from the opium vapor the vast majority of them were incomplete. And they were just putting in what they had to put in to keep the door open so that they could submit the HPHCs and the rest of the science that they couldn't afford to do all at one time. So none of the open vapor, or I shouldn't say none. Again, a very small percentage realistically had submitted everything that they were supposed to submit. So therefore, there's grounds for MDO right there. The PMT that you submitted is incomplete because it doesn't have the HPHC testing. It doesn't have X, Y, or Z. And that's what we said 1.5 years, 2 years ago, Kevin, was they're going to fucking use a software solution to scan massive quantities of these PMTAs and do a keyword search and find the ones that are lacking whatever keyword that they looked for. And then they're going to issue massive amounts of MDOs at that time. And that's exactly what they did.
All right. Well, for the products that have had studies on and everything and the chemicals and mixes that go into them, can you use a study that's already been used by another company and been done for your product?
No.
Or you have to pay and have it done for each individual product?
So there was an idea that there would be what they call the substantial equivalency pathway, that if one open vapor product got submitted and got through, that you would be able to argue that your product was substantially equivalent to that product.
Right.
However, the product-specific guidelines pretty much say that you still got to submit all the science for your specific product.
So company A is making cherry flavored vape with XYZ, and company B is making the same cherry with XYZ.
Yep.
They both have to do complete studies.
Yep. Or
run them out of money with redundancy.
Or unless those two companies merged.
Yes.
And they submitted their PMTAs as duplicates. Now there is a couple companies that produce the same product and they put different labels on it. That is a business practice that does occur in the vaping world. And the manufacturer of those products could do that. They could submit basically saying that this product and that product are exactly the same. The only difference is the label.
Same parent company.
Right.
Okay.
But as far as I understand, the last information I received was if you, due to the product specific requirements, that there was promised that there would be some bridging that would be allowed, but it looks like none of the bridging was allowed.
Yeah.
So this system was never designed. So, and I pissed on some people's Wheaties last week when I basically said anybody, and we said it at the fucking time. when it happened, when Azar went on the radio and said that they were going to work with small business to build a streamlined pathway for small business. I said it was bullshit then. And it was, because there's no fucking way RJ Reynolds or Imperial or Japan Tobacco or any of these big ass companies that have billions and billions of dollars in a fucking army of attorneys is going to allow their competitor to get an easier way through than them. It's never going to happen.
It's going to come down to anything on the market's going to be run by big tobacco or big pharma.
It's actually illegal. You know, you can't have different business regulations for the same product for based on the size of the company. That's unfair business.
Those are the antitrust laws.
Yes. So the same thing that the anti-monopoly laws and the antitrust laws and all those things are meant to make this a fair market economy and treat everybody the same. So there's no way that they were going to ever have a pathway that would have been specifically designed and only allowed for the small businesses.
Okay, so it comes down to rules for thee, not for me.
So yeah,
for here.
As much as we hoped it would happen, it was never going to fucking happen.
Right.
And you know, people said that I was a negative bastard then, and I am a negative bastard, but I'm usually right.
Oh, my grandmother always said you can hope in one hand and take a crap in the other.
Yep.
My grandmother always said shit in the other hand. She didn't say poop. She's Irish though.
My grandmother was an old Swedish Christian lady, so she didn't cuss.
There you go.
Just smacked you upside the head when you did.
Yeah.
So, Will, it was nice having you on.
It was good to talk to you guys. Good being on finally.
Face to face, and you know, we see everybody in the chat room. I guess nobody else wants to come on and talk. You know, Bruni's there and Tom is there. Both of them have been on the show.
Well, if you had Mark on, Mark, get on. Somebody else.
Mark has been on. He was on the Florida rally thing, but I don't think he's ever been on as a guest on the show. And he actually has content that he could provide about Michigan. But I think he's chicken. I think he said he was drinking already.
It's not that hard. It's actually kind of painful being on a webcam and talking to people.
Oh, hey, Betty, one of our new viewers.
Oh, Betty. Yeah, give Betty the link and go ahead and kick me out.
So here's the StreamYard link that allows you into the backstage area of our little show. And if you have a webcam and a microphone and a pair of headphones, you can actually come on and talk to us face to face. We've had several people from all over the world tonight. We had New Zealand, we had Thailand, we had the UK, we had America. We had California, which is really not America. It's America.
That's like kind of Eastern Mexico.
And now we've had Missouri.
Yeah,
so we've covered the globe. Yep. We've covered the globe tonight.
Even in the future.
Bruni says he'll come next time.
Oh.
So, I think we had a successful. This was an experiment, and I think it was enjoyable, and I think it was fun. And we will definitely probably do it again. Oh, bye, Will.
Good.
His computer crashed earlier, so it might have been. But hey, while we got a minute here, let's.
What? Hey, what's this flavor stuff in where are we? Michigan. What are you doing?
I got Addie's video queued up over here.
Good. Yeah, Michigan rescinded their flavor ban 2 years later.
Yes, and there's a whole new 5-bill package that they're trying to put through. But yeah, let's look at Addie, because Addie's never come on either.
Yeah, I want to see it.
So let's make sure that I have audio shared.
I retweeted it, but I didn't read or listen to it yet.
Let me redo this. I want to make sure that I didn't screw up, and I make sure that I get the sound. We've done tonight pretty flawlessly.
Yeah.
So let's complete the night without any flaws. So this is Addie's video.
Mother to her doctor to get approval for a hip replacement. Mother to her doctor to get approval for a hip replacement. Her doctor said get his approval. She needed to quit smoking that day. The nurse saw a look at my mother's face and told me to take her to a local vape shop. 4 days later, my mom had not had a cigarette. Long story short, my wife and I decided to also go back to that vape shop and get setups for ourselves. Now, we're all smoke-free. All I want to say is don't take away flavored nicotine e-liquid. Don't take it away from smokers. It's saving smokers' lives. Mother to her doctor to get approval for a hip replacement. Her doctor.
Addie just kicked some ass for us.
You know what pisses me off more than anything? I love Addie saying that, because a friend of mine, I won't name, had whatever the weight reduction thing scheduled and had to quit smoking. This is a hip replacement. Had to quit smoking.
Had to quit smoking for a hip replacement that was probably broken. I'm not going to fix you because you're broken.
So the weight replacement thing is, you've got heart problems, you've got diabetic, you've got all kinds of other issues because of being overweight. But now you have to quit smoking, or we fuck you. That pisses me. This is a hip. Mm-hmm. That pisses me off so much. God, I hate that.
That would be like, hey, Kevin, I'm gonna. That would be like you go into your wife's doctor, and the doctor say, hey, your wife's got problems, but I'm not going to treat her anymore until she quits vaping.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what should be the doctor's priority
is the health of the patient at the moment.
Is the health of the patient, and what is best for the long-term recovery of that patient.
Yes.
And the improved quality of life of that patient. And trying to make judgmental decisions about
lifestyle choices
is again, I would never. I'm a healthcare provider.
Mm-hmm.
I help people that have fallen and broken themselves, that have had strokes, that have had quadruple and quintuple bypasses. My last thing is to make them suffer
uncomfortably.
Yes. But guess what, Kevin? We have another guest.
What?
From another country.
No way.
We're covering more places. We're crossing borders. Let's have our friend Jeffrey Zamora say hello.
Aha.
How you doing, guys?
Hello, sir.
Howdy. ¿Cómo está?
Todo muy bien, gracias a Dios.
You lost me already.
Bien, gracias.
Thank God, I'm doing awesome. A lot of work. A lot to do. But you haven't had nobody from Latin America, so what the fuck?
Dude, the offer has always been there. The offer has always been there. I have begged people from all over the world to come.
I like Jeffrey's question. What the fuck?
What the fuck? And literally, I am literally, maybe about 85 miles north of Mexico.
Yeah.
Now, it's not the most, it's not the most nicest part of Mexico. Reynosa, Matamoros, Progreso. If I go west, I'm about 2.5 hours away from Mexico. That's Nuevo Laredo. That's also not the most nicest place to be in Mexico. Monterrey is way better. Guadalajara, Mexico City. I've had quite a lot of enjoyable times in those places, but yeah.
Well, I know Mexico City. Have been there. Cancun as well.
I have a place to stay in Cancun.
You have places all over the world, man.
I know. Yeah. My wife makes good money.
I'm glad for you.
I enjoy my wife's hard work because I work hard, but she makes 3 times as much money as me. So we have a good life because of her.
There you go.
So how's it going? How's it going down there in Central America?
Well, in Costa Rica, unfortunately, there's a bill that just passed. It's a Bloomberg bill. So imagine that. It's a 20% tax increase on vaping devices. In top of that, well, the argument is valid. Like pretty much all in Latin America, when it comes to the arguments for prohibiting or raising taxes or whatever, it's a valley. Everything is a valley.
Were there any cases there?
No.
No. I gotta ask the question. That's all.
No, never. And curiously, when you read the project, well, I'm the president of the consumer organization here, right? So we went through a battle of 2 years and something about that bill. And because it started as soon as the CDC said that it was THC related, the government pushed out a project, or the legislators. They pushed a project to raise the taxes and pretty much prohibited the use in public spaces, but that it was kind of a gimmick because the use in public spaces was already prohibited. So it was pretty much saying what another project and the law already said. So
it's make work. It's like they can now campaign and say, look what we did. We protected your children.
Exactly.
Re-elect me.
Exactly. That's the argument. That's pretty much the argument. But
I'm El Jefe, and I protected you.
Right. Exactly. The curious thing about the project, it's that the 20% hike on the taxes, it's to buy medication to treat any pathologies derived from the use of vaping devices, because the health entities or the National Health Service that we have, it's saying that it's too costly to attend the people that are being having problems or sickness because of vaping.
Did anybody ever ask them to produce any statistics on how many people were actually injured from these products?
None. There's none. They cannot produce it because there's none. So obviously we haven't got a response on that.
Kevin and I are both pathological.
We don't know who they're gonna buy, what medications they're gonna buy. We don't know. Nobody knows. But after 3,000 emails, literally, and communications and having Realidad, I don't know if you know what Realidad is, but it's health professionals from Latin America. They reunite and they did a kind of an organization that is professional doctors and scientists and all of that stuff. They sent a letter to the legislators telling them that it was a mistake, that they didn't even have that right, and they didn't pay attention. The Bloomberg funded lobby is really strong, like in Latin America and all LMICs.
Yep.
Right. So that's fucked up. So they passed the project. Now we're starting with another bill that is for plain packaging for vapor products.
Oh my God.
So we're gonna be fighting for that as well. I have to write the art position paper to send to the legislators now, but it is pretty much written by a Bloomberg funded organization.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, the price tag for Bloomberg to sway American policy versus the number of LMICs he can hit with the same amount of money.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So he can increase his foothold, his footprint tenfold, if not more, by focusing on those smaller countries, the poorer countries, the more in need countries. Then he gains more power internationally,
right,
by focusing on them. Like if he hits us or the UK or France or any of these other, large, wealthy countries, he'd never be able to sway 2 or 3 politicians for the amount of money that he can sway 10 politicians in each one of those smaller countries.
Right. That is
and that's all he wants is power. It's all about how much power he can wield internationally. You know, he gives $700 million or $1 billion to the WHO when the United States pulled out of the WHO.
Yep.
Because he can say, look how benevolent I am. Here's, Trump says that he's not paying for the WHO, so here's $700 million to offset the loss of the United States. So in one fell swoop,
in return, you have been awarded as the NCD ambassador.
Mm-hmm. and he's now a country. Literally, he gave as much money as the United States, which could be argued is the most wealthy nation in the world. I don't know that that's true anymore, but at one point we may have been. But now he can say, I'm as big as America.
Yep.
And it's tax deductible.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. You think that man's paying his taxes? He's not going to run for president again because he might actually have to produce those.
Right. Mm-hmm. And well, in other parts of the Latin American, for example, in Mexico, at this present time, they're debating the prohibition that they have pretty much state or declare. It's a presidential declare. How do you say that?
Executive order.
Right.
That's what
kind
we
of
call
an
it
executive. Right. Executive order, and they're fighting against that. The Bloomberg lobby there is in Mexico is, you don't imagine. I don't know if there's any country besides the Philippines and Mexico that have been more hit by the Bloomberg lobby. It's incredible. Even the health minister, well, the subsecretary that is kind of the health minister is he and his wife are being paid by Bloomberg. So it is really difficult there, but they're doing quite an amazing job. The advocates there. That's the country. Well, that last year or at the beginning of this year, they found out that one of the tobacco-free kids' lawyers was actually violating their sovereign independence, and they actually wrote down the bill for the legislator to pass it, and they even they found on the metadata that the name of the lawyer from Tobacco Free Kids was there as the author. So that was kind of a big deal. Now they're fighting against that. I believe that next week they have kind of an assembly that the consumer organization that is called Pro Vapeo Mexico is gonna present their case. They gave them a few minutes to do so, but they're fighting really hard. And I don't know if you have seen on Twitter, but the advocates have been tweeting and tagging their government like crazy, and pretty much calling for attention. They have been appearing in a few media outlets and newspapers and all that stuff. So it's starting to get big, and I do believe that they're gonna be capable of overturn the Bloomberg lobby. I do think, but I'm an optimist.
Well, here's the thing. We had Marawa on the show 2 months ago, maybe.
Yeah.
And in one of the clips that I was producing for Scope, it's her talking about the fact that she was in the Philippines at a conference, and while she was there, they asked her to look over the legislative proposed legislation. And she said, I was reading this, and it was verbatim the same thing that had been introduced in New Zealand. And she said, when they introduced that bill in New Zealand, I thought I knew who the author was, and now come to find, she said, I would never have thought that. And I said, these people, we've been talking about, these the body parts groups and everybody circulating model legislation, state to state, county to county, city to city here in the States. It is something that they've been doing for a long time. And, I can look, when I was legislative director at the Vaping Militia, I could look at a bill and say which version of who was the author of the bill, which organization was the author of the bill, just because I had copied so many versions of this bill and who the co-sponsors were. And you can go to Open Secrets. I don't know if they have this for Latin America, but you can look, and they keep records of every politician and where the money comes from that goes into their campaigns.
We don't have nothing even close.
No, because I mean,
no.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a new thing, and for any organization or any single human being to be able to go into a foreign country and essentially threaten the sovereignty of that country,
asserting themselves.
That's what they're doing. Is this is international, or not international? Yeah, it is international interference with the sovereignty of a country. This is an American citizen, an American philanthropic organization that is going country to country and swinging their dick and writing checks.
Right.
This is every country in the world should be suing the fuck out of him and taking some of that money away. You just need a couple crusading attorneys in some of these smaller countries. These people need to look at it at the point that this man, this organization, is going and doing this. He's actually, I'm sure, reading the constitutions of several countries. Like, international interference is usually frowned upon.
Obviously.
Now the CIA has run an entire, for generations has been skirting that, but we won't get into that. But yeah, I mean, America has been into this whole idea of building an empire without actually building an empire for a century. We've interfered with the domestic affairs of countries all over the world. From the beginning of our country, essentially. I mean, we went to France and pretty much started their revolution right after we finished ours. So,
Iraq recently.
Oh, that's recent. That's new news.
Yeah,
but I'm talking about we've been doing it since 1776. I mean, as soon as we got our independence, we went. Thomas Jefferson went to France and helped overthrow the people that helped us get our freedom. The King of France gave us soldiers and boats and cannons and bullets and guns, and as soon as we got our ship, we went over there and said, "Oh, fuck that guy."
Yeah, guys. Yeah, that's what's going on in Nicaragua. 2 weeks ago, they had some kind of an amendment to the product labeling or something. Inside the bill, they hide something and they prohibit vapes. Is it?
That's the backhanded.
Nobody noticed nothing. Yeah. And since there's no consumer organization in Nicaragua, it really passed by us. We didn't notice.
I've been to Nicaragua and Honduras and a couple of those countries, and usually, I mean, those particular countries have a huge stake, a financial stake in the tobacco industry because many premium cigars are made there. And you go to certain parts of I was there in the 90s, and that was probably not the best time in the world to be in some of those places. There was bullets flying when I was there. But the areas around the tobacco plantations, the Carrillo plantations and the different companies that produce cigars, was always a safe zone. Don't go fucking with that, because you start problems there. That's where the big money is. Somebody's going to squash you, and those guys had private armies protecting their fucking plantations. So, the Honduras, Nicaragua, those places are tobacco havens. I mean,
and even the WHO turned their heads to that.
Yeah,
they considered the 5.3 article conflict of interest thing when it comes to countries owning 100% of their tobacco business. So even the WHO.
But EP Carrillo makes some damn good cigars. I'm just saying.
Romeo and Juliet. I like those when I
Opus
used to
X. Those were good.
Ojiva.
Padilla. But yeah, good stuff. I don't even want to start talking about cigars because then I'll think I want one. And the humidor is still right there. I still have my humidor. I haven't smoked a cigar in 11 years, but there's still cigars in there and they're still maintained. I'm a little obsessive compulsive about taking care of shit and not throwing it away. So,
but they get like humidity or something, right?
Yeah, I have I put a what they call a Bovita pack. It's a gel pack that you throw in there, and it's good for 60 days. It keeps the cigars at the right humidity level.
So you change that every 60 days, even though that you don't smoke them?
Yes.
Just in case.
There's always a fallback. Always.
That's right.
It could be 15 years from now, but.
And I used to run a cigar shop, so I didn't own it, but I managed it. So I have phone numbers that I could call Rocky Patel. I could say Rocky or Nish or a lot of these guys that are in the cigar world. Hey, send me some stuff because the cigar shop is not here anymore. So,
like we said,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with them, but the temptation, easy to go back from a cigar to a cigarette.
Yep.
Yeah.
And once you light something on fire and start sucking it.
Well, to be honest, when I started vaping, 6 years ago that I started, and I kept a pack of cigarettes in my car for like months just in case. Right? I'm one of those accidental quitters. I didn't want to quit smoking, to be honest. I bought it just to minimize the number of cigarettes that I smoke every day. Right? I used to be on 20, 30 cigarettes a day. Right? So I bought one. I bought a vape. Didn't work. I used it, but it didn't work. It was one of those Ego ones, kind of also like the one approved by the FDA. So it didn't work well. Right? So I bought an Inakin Cool Fire, right? And that pretty much did the trick. But I didn't want to quit smoking. So I had the pack of cigarettes in my car, and I just didn't need it. I pretty much gave it away. But I do think, and I tried smoking a little time after that, like a month or 2 months after I stopped smoking, and I didn't like the taste.
Nope.
No, I had like a couple of drags, and I continued using vaping until now.
See, the thing about smoking when I started smoking was I didn't like the taste either.
Right.
It's something that grows on you, obviously, because of the IMOs. But
Phil says, MAOIs. Phil says, this is the thing is a lot of people complain about a vape being harsh when they first start and they cough and they're like, oh, this isn't going to work for me. Well, the thing is when you smoked your first cigarette, you probably coughed your balls off too.
Yep.
And you just pushed through it. And it's the same thing with vaping with a lot of people. Oh, this is too harsh. It scratches my throat, blah, blah, blah.
But actually, it's worse with vaping because it doesn't have any anesthetics.
Well, and it's also heavier. It's water-based versus combusted air. It's, so it does, you get a heavier feel in your lungs when you first start. You get used to it over time.
And the cigarettes have those things, those chemicals that actually make, easier to make the drag, and without the pain, pretty much kind of numbs down your throat. So,
Yep.
Yeah, we've been talking about the antidepressants in cigarettes for years, and nicotine in itself does have those properties, but it's the MAOIs, it's all the other enhancers that they put into cigarettes, the flavorings. There's chocolate. Chocolate is a huge flavorant in cigarettes. There's different dried fruits that are in some different brands of cigarettes. There's all sorts of things that they add to cigarettes to enhance the.
Are you saying there's flavors in cigarettes?
Of course.
What?
There's flavors in cigarettes. There's flavor in cigars. There's flavor in chewing tobacco.
But they're banning these flavors, but they're keeping those.
What's the oral tobacco situation in Central and South America? Never noticed that before. Never asked this question.
For example, snus or nicotine pouches, they're not really present, unfortunately.
Are they illegal or just not present?
most of the countries there's not even a regulation for them. Yeah. Unfortunately, they have not been present. They have not been kind of commercialized in any way. There's a few that have been trying to enter the market, right? Whatsoever, they have not been much appealing, I think, to the public yet.
Well, I mean, Camel has a snooze product that's widely available here. It's not nearly as good as the General Tobacco or the the Swedish Match products, but they do have them. And I would have thought by now that Camel would have saw a market and no regulation would have been like, let's go.
No, I think the same. This is quite strange for me. For me, obviously, when it comes to the news or the media or even the kind of knowledge, let's say knowledge about a product, since much of that stuff is actually done in English, right? There's no much presence here in Latin America when it comes to a lot of things.
But
for
Costa
example,
Costa Rica is a huge American retirement community, though, right? There's a lot of Americans there. There's a lot of ecotourism there.
Yep. A lot of people actually come for their retirement here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's because of the weather, the beaches, pretty much. Used to be really cheap. Used to be. Like any other country, I think the price of everything is going up. But it's still a place for a lot of tourists and that actually come to visit, and they end up living here, I think.
Well, I live in South Texas, so we have
there's a beach in Guanacaste. But it's kind of Punta Arenas, Santa Teresa. On that beach, when you go there, as a national, right, to do tourism there, to stay in a hotel or something, the people that actually assist you in the hotels, on the restaurants, are from all over the world. You get on for example, the waiter is from France, and all the person, nobody that actually kind of lives there. Well, most of the person that lives there are from other countries because they go as a tourist and they end up living there. So they have to make their living somehow, right?
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful place.
Will says, like every country, Americans show up and screw things up.
Of course. Wow.
Well,
and
I won't say that
Troop says he lived near Tulum.
Tulum, oh, that's Mexico. It's beautiful place.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of partial to Quintana Roo in Mexico. I just like the pyramids.
Well, there you have Cocobongo. You have a lot of places to go there to party. At least there's a quiet, and the beaches are amazing.
Yeah,
and it's an expensive place, comparing to other places in Mexico.
Oh yeah,
it's expensive.
Tourism prices. It's like when I go to the Philippines. There's Filipino price and then there's American price. Right. So if I'm getting a cab, if my wife and I need to go somewhere, she'll hail the cab and I'll stay out of sight. And as soon as they negotiate the price, then I show up and get in the cab.
Obviously. It's like in Nicaragua. Everything is negotiated.
Yeah.
And the curious thing about cabs in Nicaragua, it's that, and I was not used to when I went there. I was not used to, for example, you get on a cab, right, and you tell them, okay, take me to that place, and in the road or on the way to that place, they keep bringing people in. So you have at the end, you're like going 6 people in the car and 7 people in the car, and just like this, and here's my stop.
It's like a bus, or
right.
In the Philippines they have jeepneys. I don't know if you've ever seen these. You should look at videos of on YouTube of jeepneys, JEEPNEYS. So they're, obviously when America was there, because we no longer have an actual military base in the Philippines anymore, but the design of the Jeep was very common. So these Filipinos used their industrious nature to design from scratch a bus, but built on a Jeep model. And they have all of these independent companies that have these jeepneys, and you pay so many pesos for a ride, and they have a route. We're going to go from this place to this place, and you know, it's crazy. But depending on where you're going, like I rode public transportation in the Philippines, and my wife's like, be watchful of everybody. And I'm like, why? She's like, well, they, if you have any jewelry, they'll try to steal it and run. And I'm like, wow, I thought the Philippines was supposed to be so nice and friendly.
Well,
but I mean, this is something for a lot of Americans. We think we know what poor is until you've been to the Philippines or Nicaragua or Honduras or El Salvador. You don't know what poor is.
No, you don't have an idea.
In Manila alone, the last I heard, the last estimate was there was 500,000 homeless children in just Manila.
Shit.
So, I mean, we have poverty here. There's no doubt in my mind we have poverty, but like our level of poverty is, I'm driving from the city to our country place, and you just see people with, bamboo lean-tos, and that's where they live, on the side of the road. And people living in Manila, which is the capital city. It's huge. There are areas of Manila that look just like America. You would think that you're in any huge American city, and you go a half a mile away and it's shantytown, and there's 1 million people living there. I mean, it's crazy. Mexico City is also the same way. Huts built upon huts, like leaning against each other in certain parts of Mexico City, and then huge giant skyscrapers and amazing anything that you could possibly want, you can get in Mexico City. Mexico City is one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world. They have everything.
Right.
It's crazy though. Yeah.
In Panama,
a lot of huts in the mountains between Manila and Subic. Yeah.
In Panama, you can actually see the difference of classes on a street. One side is obviously the less privileged one, and on the other side is the high class.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
so noticeable.
The Philippines doesn't produce anything anymore. A lot of the big American companies that had factories over there pulled out. So where my wife's family lives, you can actually go out on the balcony and look across, the area, and you'll see, okay, that family has a child that lives in America and is sending money home. You can see the really nice fancy houses and then the shacks. And then the next lot is a nice fancy house, and then there's 2 shacks. And that's their number one export is people. Cruise liners all over the world hire Filipinos as hospitality. They have a huge number of of nurses from the Philippines here in the United States, because that's one of the things that you can go to school and get a degree in the Philippines and actually get a job here in the States, because their program is built on our program. So, and there are lots of merchant marines, and all they do is make money and send it home. That's part of their culture. I have a lot of friends here that are Latino, say same thing. They, payday, they go to Western Union, send money home.
Yeah.
MoneyGram, different money services, sending money to their families that can't find work. Venezuela.
No, Costa Rica have a lot of people there in the United States that pretty much what they're dedicated is to send money here, for example.
Yeah.
And
so yeah, I mean, a lot of it, and then obviously, we have more and more people coming every day trying to find freedom, and they get here and they get shit on. Never mind. I don't want to get on that topic. I've become unpopular if I start talking about that.
No.
You know, no, I don't even want to have that conversation because, you know, some of I'm a very conservative person, and I look at these people like my brand, Son of Liberty Radio. My brand is freedom.
Yep.
And the number of people that I know that are like, those fucking people don't need to come. They're trying to find freedom.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you're trying to deny freedom from somebody else, fuck you. Sorry.
And to be honest, the United States have the image of freedom from like 60, 70 years ago.
No, the fucking racism is taking over, my friend. What the hell?
Yeah.
Well, the picture that in Latin America, when LMICs that we get from the United States, that it was quite popular during the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, I think still, was the American dream, that everybody could like go there, find a good job, and that they were going to be able to send money to their countries and relieve the economic stress from their families and save them and all that stuff. You know, we have seen that American dream, you know,
die on the vine.
Yeah. I have family that lives in California.
Opportunity is for everyone. And, you know, he who works the hardest deserves what they get. And see, the problem is okay. I'm going to get political now. Fuck this. We look at people based on their outward appearance. We do it. I mean, it's here. And if you know, we've talked about it on this show many times. If I was selling loose cigarettes on a fucking street corner and a cop came to me, I would not have gotten the Eric Garner treatment. I would not have. If I was walking on the boardwalk and vaping and a cop came up to me, he would not tase me and drag me off with fucking zip ties like that kid did in Maryland.
Right. You'd have had a stern talking to, maybe.
You know, the world is not equal for everyone, and the idea that people are, even if people are not fleeing, you know, the whole idea that some of these people that are coming here are fleeing political oppression. Obviously, that does occur. Not every one of them is, but they're still coming here for opportunity.
Right.
And even if they're not fleeing political oppression, if they're not fleeing, you know, if they don't qualify for asylum, they're still coming here for the American dream, and we should be screaming, "Come and enjoy! Enjoy! There's enough opportunity for everyone." But no, there's bastards out there that just think that it's only for them.
You know something that perhaps you don't know there, that we do have racism here in Latin America. There's racist people. For example, in Costa Rica, we had and we currently have a lot of migration from Nicaragua to here, right? Because they think that Costa Rica is a better economic situation what they could have. So unfortunately, there's a lot of racist people that they don't like people from Nicaragua. They pretty much, how do you say, they despise the idea of having their migration being done, or that they're traveling here to get better opportunities. Unfortunately,
they're stealing our jobs.
Right. And, you know, and Costa Ricans are pretty lazy when it comes to a lot of stuff, of hard work, and manual stuff. So,
we did that to you, by the way. Americans did that to you. We made you lazy.
Could be. I don't know.
But I know for a fact.
In there's the same stuff in other countries, that they have the migration from the country that is next to them because they were enjoying a better economic situation. And you see, and it doesn't make any sense, but they still do, you know. And for example, in Latin America, the pretty much our heritage, our blood, it's a mix between Caribbean, between, you know, many cultures, and we still have that racist feeling that I don't know where it came from, or I don't know pretty much the reason
I don't think
why,
any of us are or not. I think all of us are mutts at this point. I don't think anybody can say that. Oh, well, I'm pure. I mean, my grandparents on my mother's side are both from Ireland, so there's a lot of Irish in me. But God knows what's on the dad side. Don't know. I don't absolutely know. But no, racism exists everywhere. I mean, my wife is Asian. I've lived in several countries in Asia. There is a definite pecking order to Asian people. Japan is on top, and it slowly goes down from Japan to Korea to obviously the wealthier countries, and then you start going at the bottom of the list are the LMICs of Asia. Cambodia, Laos. Does Laos even exist anymore? Myanmar. A lot of Filipinos get jobs working in Japan as domestics.
Right.
But they are considered subhuman. And I have friends that are from Palau and Fiji that go to Japan. And because they have darker skin, they use a word. The Japanese use a word to refer to dark-skinned Asian people. It's the same word that was popular here in the States for referring to African Americans. And yeah, the racism exists, and it's not just a black-white thing. There's, nationalism and racism all over the world. My country's better than your country.
Right. Or some way or the other, they find out a reason to tell any country.
We have to draw lines, Jeffrey. We have to draw lines. And of course, my people are on this side of the line, and your people are on that side of the line, and you can't cross this line.
You can not cross my imaginary line.
No, right. And you are not as cool as me, and not as valuable as me, and that is just a thing that occurs.
My imaginary thoughts are way more important than yours.
Right.
Yeah. It's silly. It's silly. But Jeffrey, I'm glad you finally came on the show.
I'm glad too, man. I'm really glad. I watch you constantly. I enjoy your show.
You can help me with this because I don't speak very good Spanish. I know some because I live in South Texas. I know some, but it's not even proper Spanish. It's even the Latinos that live here don't speak proper Spanish. They not Castilian Spanish, at least. It's more of a mix of Tex-Mex or different variations on a theme here. It's really funny. I had a patient. I'll have a little aside here real quick. Had a patient who was from Mexico and came to America in like the late 50s to work in the house of a rich Mexican family that had come to America, and she was going to be the nanny. But when she came here, she didn't speak any English, but she spoke Spanish. So she taught the children Spanish, and they taught her English. And she said, I worked hard to learn how to speak English properly. So the caregivers, because she was a patient in the hospital, the care associates or the CNAs came in, and they were, Tex-Mex, and they started talking to her in Tex-Mex. And she says, wait. She says, you can speak to me in English or you can speak to me in Spanish, but you don't speak to me in whatever it is that you're doing right now.
Here we call it Spanglish.
Spanglish, yes, that's another version. She said, I worked hard to learn how to speak English properly. You should respect your language and speak it properly. Nice. And you should also respect your heritage and learn how to speak Spanish properly. And you can speak to me in either one, but don't be mixing and matching them.
Good for her.
She was very firm. She was like an 85 or 90-year-old woman. And she was like, look, stop it.
Very strict.
Nice.
Yeah, but my wife watches Filipino movies all the time here. We have the Filipino network here, and I'll be sitting there, and they'll do that. They'll say half a sentence in Spanish or in Tagalog, and then they'll say a few words in English, and then go back to Tagalog, and it just drives me crazy because I half understand what's going on, but just because they're speaking part of the sentence in English.
With the thing that happened in Philippines, I was watching the news about that, right, and trying to understand what the conference was about, right, and it was hell because I understand like 20% what they said. Obviously,
well, yeah, I mean Tagalog has, but here's the kicker though. Some of the words that are Spanish words don't mean the same things as they do in Spanish.
I noticed that.
And now there's like 600 dialects in the Philippines. Tagalog is the national dialect, but their official language, their legal language is English. What they do in court and all the documentation, it's all in English. But in the middle island, Cebu, the capital city is called Cebu. Their dialect is Cebuano. Now, Cebuano is word for word Spanish.
Oh, really?
All they did was rename Spanish Cebuano, and that's the language. So I have a friend that's from Cebu, and he talks to the Spanish, and they're like, I'm glad you learned Spanish. He's like, no, this is Cebuano. I'm speaking Cebuano. But
he can say that he speaks Cebuano and Spanish now.
But the Philippines was a Spanish colony in the 1400s, and the King of Spain, there was more Filipino citizens in the Spanish kingdom than there were Spanish citizens in the Spanish kingdom. Wow. So for a short amount of time, the capital of the Spanish Empire was in the Philippines. And he had a palace and everything there. So yeah, it's really cool. I mean, history's interesting. I had forgotten that the Philippines was actually an American territory for a very short amount of time in the late 1800s as well. But we quickly gave them their own sovereignty, and then they ended up becoming a dictatorship. But anyway,
yeah,
I think that was our plan to begin with. I think Marcos was our puppet the whole time. So, but anyway, what time is it?
1:57.
Holy shoot!
2 o'clock. 2
It's
o'clock.
almost 1 o'clock here.
Yeah, it's almost 12. Yeah. And before I go, guys, I don't know if you have seen the video for that Charles appeared from Regular Watch. At the end, he says, well, there's something that we're going to be having in UK, right? November 8th for the Cup. There's a rally that is going to be going there.
Oh, yeah. He brought it up on our show when he was on our show.
Yeah.
But he didn't have the dates and everything.
Yeah, so it's in November 8th
in the UK.
Yeah. We'll be disclosing more info about it this week with Inco. And, anybody that is watching the show that is on the UK or that is going to be on UK or is willing to go to the UK on that date, please show up. It's kind of an important thing, like, Cup.
I got my passport if somebody's willing to buy me a ticket.
We can ask Charles.
I tried to get Charles to let me buy him a camera and a microphone so that he sounds better on his appearances. And, he bowed out. He said, Inco can buy me a camera and a microphone.
Yeah. No, the thing is that Charles have a really strong attachment to his computer, to his laptop. So
me too. That's why I have so many.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but he's working on it. He's working on it already. He have a new laptop, and he's working on the audio thing and the camera. So most probably soon you're gonna be seeing a lot of improvement, not only on on the appearance that he's gonna be doing here, but on our videos, the one that we post on the Inco social media things, YouTube and all stuff.
Sweet.
Excellent. Yeah. So you're going to be doing Inco. You're going to be with Inco on the Scope project.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
I work with Inco.
I have 5 nights.
Yeah.
So if you want to come on any of the nights that I have scheduled, it'll be 9 p.m. Central Time. So it is a less annoying time for us because it's it's in our evening. It's not going to be like 3 a.m.
Right.
Because that poor Richard, he got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to come hang out with us tonight.
That you see, that's pretty much somebody really compromised with the costs.
But see, here's the thing. This is the first time in my memory, and I've been here for 11 years. This is the first time that we've truly had, and we've always worked behind the scenes together. We've always promoted everybody's work, like Inco and Cafro. I've had those guys on my show many times. Samrat's been on the show. Charles has been on the show from Inco. Cafro has been represented. Hennig has been on the show. But this is the first time that we're all like openly out in the world, like showing the world, hey, we're standing together with our brothers and sisters all over the world. And this is a powerful moment that we can say, look, this is not an American thing. This is not a black thing, white thing, purple thing. It's not, there's no division. We stand together.
Doesn't matter.
And
Language does not
the amazing thing is that everybody can do it in their own language. I did see that some people are producing English versions as well as their native language versions, or they're doing subtitles or whatever. I was looking in one of the chats that I'm in, so that everybody can understand what's going on, but they can still, their country people can still feel comfortable absorbing the content, because not everybody speaks English.
No.
And this is, like I said, this is not an English thing. This is a human thing. And this, we need to shout from the rafters or the ceilings or whatever, the highest points in the world, so that our voice can spread. This is a human rights issue.
Yes, it is.
This is a, the WHO seemed to forget that it's part of all of their founding documents that human beings have a right to health. And it's part of the FCTC. We have a right to harm reduction. It's built right into your fucking founding documents. How can you ignore this?
You know what? And sometimes we forget that. Sometimes we think that it's a science thing, but
it's a science thing, but it's not only a science.
No, but it stopped being a science like in 2018, pretty much with the 2018 report from the Royal College of Physicians. I know that there's one before that in the 2015, and with Public Health England and the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, all that stuff. And with so many studies that there's currently around 10,000 or more studies. So it stopped being a science thing on 2018, at least to my belief, right? It is pretty much is a consensus, a global consensus, that vaping is a lot safer and less hazardous than smoking regular combustible tobacco. So it stopped being a science thing. That is not for debate anymore. I think at least we should know that, even though that we're gonna fight it on a science field, we have to know that it stopped. That fight is won already. Right.
No, they won't accept defeat, though. I mean, there are plenty of these people that will still say, we have an American politician, we have an Australian public health guy, both on Twitter, regurgitating the Bloomberg talking point that no one has ever quit smoking with vaping.
We don't
Not
know
a single
enough.
human being.
We don't know enough, Patrick.
Right.
Nobody has ever. There is no proof that that a single person has ever quit smoking with vaping.
Nope.
It was like the Shatner going to space thing. You saw the tweet that Charles Gardner did on that Shatner went to space and he saw that the Earth was round.
I've actually done halo jumping, so I've been above I've been high enough in the atmosphere that I've seen the curvature of the Earth. You don't have to go to space to see the curvature of the Earth, but yes. The flat earthers will still argue that we doped up that 90-year-old man so that the Earth looked round. People will deny that there are people that are just so stuck with their heads shoved so firmly up their rectums.
Hey.
I use scientific terms.
Language.
Rectum is okay.
Oh.
That they just will not accept reality. And there are still plenty of people, whether you and I feel like the science has been proven and that it's settled, that will never agree to that. And these are people that,
there's another factor on that nobody's gonna agree on something if his salary depends on it.
Yes.
The Tahir Turk, he's the guy, he's the Bloomberg flunky in Australia. I pissed him off like months and months and months ago on a Twitter where I said that basically, all these public health people don't want people to quit smoking because it affects their pay. And he's like, how dare you insinuate and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, fuck you. Your LinkedIn profile shows me your motivation.
Yep.
And it's right on there, all of the different Bloomberg organizations and Bloomberg Philanthropy's parent organization that he has worked for. So don't even try it, homie. And he will not, no matter, every time I tag him in a tweet about Philippines and Bloomberg corruption, he does not respond. He will. Here's the problem. This is a guy who's a university professor in Australia whose specialty is social media and public health programs and social media. He has around 250 followers. Now, if that is your specialty, is social media engagement and public health, you're a failure.
You're bad at it.
Well, to be honest, I'm in social media and I only have like 500 followers.
See.
And why? Because
it's not the number. It's not the amount.
I don't do personal. How do you call it? I don't. How do you say it in English? I don't do marketing for myself, right?
No.
I have done for the government. I now work with Inco, but I don't do my personal image. I don't market my personal image. Yeah. I have done companies. I have done NGOs. I have done all stuff. And
I only have 971 followers. Now Kevin has like 18 million. Like Kevin's.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Kevin's got more followers than God. So
And you tweet a lot, and the organic reach when it comes to discovery from Twitter is pretty good. I don't know if you know this, but on the World Vape Day, you both were on the top 5 or 7 of the most tweets per user.
Now we did cheat because we live streamed the whole time and we live tweeted the whole time.
That's right. And as Will points out, I'm a bot, so that's probably why.
So, that was we were busy. We had a mission that day, and our mission was to push World Vape Day. Everybody participating. We needed to we were retweeting stuff in languages that we don't even speak.
Doesn't even matter.
Nope. Didn't even bother to hit the translate button. We were retweeting.
Sounds right.
Your vaping advocates, retweet.
Fast as it could fucking go.
And every once in a while you retweet so quickly that it says slow your roll, bro. You're going too fast.
Are you a bot? Prove that you're not a bot.
So I think we did a pretty good job. Now we didn't get the hashtag viral that day that was our goal.
We tried.
But then the very next day we did hijack their hashtag.
Yep.
And that's really our goal is to, we want to promote our stuff, but we want to steal your stuff so that you can't use it. So,
and one curious thing, when you look at the heat maps from the tweets that are, that they were done for the WHO campaign, the majority of the tweets are coming from the same place. There's 2 places in India that are burning red. because the majority of the tweets are coming from there.
Yeah.
So they're being hired.
We cannot prove that are bots. Obviously, that is a
No,
bot
they have
farm.
troll farms now.
Yeah, we cannot prove that is a bot farm, but like 70% of the tweets came from there. So
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even have to have a bot. I mean, you can use software. You can do your software solutions and magnify yourself. But I mean, call centers.
Yeah.
No, you haven't seen those reports on the bot farms.
Mm-hmm.
There's hundreds of people with a line of cell phones, and they just blip, 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 blip.
Wow.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
You know what they do.
Kevin has a farm.
Well, I'm trying to find. Is he saying you're a bot? Is it a bot farm, or are you a part of the troll farm? I don't know.
Forget it. I don't know. I'll have to call Dick Durbin or somebody like that to find out.
You know, what's funny is Dick Durbin. You know, I don't even want to go off on these politicians anymore.
Frank Pallone. No, it's Pallone. I'm sorry, not Durbin. It's Pallone.
Well,
that's
either between Pallone and Durbin and Raja.
That's my buddy. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that one from today? Eleanor. There was
Eleanor.
There's an attorney general. Yeah. They did like a stupid thing. I saw it, and you see a lot of things coming from United States that are obviously from like any country. You see so many things that are just so stupid.
Yep.
That sometimes you have to laugh.
Yep.
Right.
For example, made me not laugh, made me happy was you guys had, and I don't know where in Mexico, but it was Mexican. We vape, we vote signs. And I don't remember how far back that was, but it was a year or two ago. And I was like, look at that.
It wasn't even that long ago. They had at the last rally.
Oh, what?
The one where they had it was the summit, the one with the leaders of all the different countries meeting somewhere.
We had one in Colombia like 2 years ago, just before the COVID-19 started.
I just recently saw an article from Central or South America that had obviously Spanish signs, but then our We Vape, We Vote sign.
And it says, Yo apeo, yo voto. That is a translation to We Vape, We Vote.
No, but they had the American one there too. It was the same graphic for the ones that were used in the DC because somebody uploaded that graphic to a server or to a Dropbox somewhere and with instructions on how to print them. And they were printing them.
We're going to be releasing a video shortly that it kind of groups together a lot of protests and rallies that have been going on. I don't know if you have seen, but there have been in Chile, they have been in Mexico, and they were kind of big, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously not as big as the one in Washington, D.C., but for example, the one in Spain, that was pretty huge.
That was monstrous.
Yeah, that was pretty
big.
The
first one in DC was huge. The first American one in DC was huge. The second one, I mean, obviously it was during the pandemic and it was in the full swing. There was only a couple hundred people at that one. But the Spanish one was huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah. It was like, I believe 2,000 people, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of people.
Yeah.
And the one in Chile was actually the vibe was pretty good. The one in Colombia was pretty good. The one in Mexico, you saw it. It was pretty good. And, and there's a lot of users in Mexico. The community is like 1.5 million users in Mexico. So it's a lot of people, considering a lot of stuff.
Well, right? I mean, the smoking is huge. Oh, I mean, if you think about it, in Central and South America, it's huge. In a lot of, even in Asia, it's a cultural thing,
Right.
Sort of, women don't smoke in a lot of these countries. It's mostly, I mean, not to sound sexist, but it's mostly a male thing, Dudes get together in the backyard after, playing cards in the middle of the night and sitting around a fire, and they have in the Philippines they call it pulutan. It's like whatever leftovers are still there from supper, they bring them out to the table and everybody sort of eats and smokes and drinks and plays cards or whatever. That's a fairly common thing in Spanish communities as well.
Right.
But in Japan, smoking and drinking is sort of a thing. And, the Japanese lack an enzyme that actually makes the alcohol hit them harder. It's the same thing in Native Americans. And when they put through the smoking ban in the restaurants took a giant financial drop because people would go and spend the evening buying food and smoking and drinking, and just hanging out there. When they stopped being able to smoke, they got drunk too fast and had to leave. So the restaurants took a huge hit in Japan.
But, and you see, even though that it was concentrated on the male side, no detectable brain damage. Just throwing it out.
We're already natural brain damaged.
Just throwing out there.
The testosterone already does that, so it's hard to tell the difference. But we love that you came on. I would really like you. I mean, because you know the guys in Central and South America. Even if they can't do it in English, we can set it up where they can do a broadcast using this platform for their own countries.
For a scope, there's gonna be one show of an hour and a half on a daily basis.
But that's one night. That's this one
5
thing,
nights.
No. What I'm just saying is
I would really like the idea. I would really like the idea to mix things together. Perhaps going from one show to the other with a mix of the people going from one show to the other. I think will be entertaining, and it's an exchange of cultures that is quite interesting, especially on this kind of occasion that we have to look as we are, that we're kind of a global thing, right? So I will throw the idea to the people that are from Latin America so we can join.
I mean, I have an hour block every night. So I've set up the one night is going to be the history of harm reduction. And then the next night will be the nicotine and neurodiversity. And then we still have other nights that we can set up an international conversation. Right. We have people in Oceania that are, the CAFRA people that are always, the Aussies are always on my show. I can always get an Aussie on the show or a Kiwi on the show.
Bears are everywhere.
We have, it's not that we've ignored Central and South America. It's just that we've never been able to get into that. We've never broken into that community before. And you're our way in. Because we would love to amplify the voices of anybody that's fighting for this technology and for the lives and the human rights of the people that use this technology. So float the idea. See if anybody wants to come.
I'm pretty sure someone will. Right? Of the community in Latin America. Well, we work really together because since the threat, it's the same. We face the same things from one country to the other. It's the same debate, the same arguments, the same bills. So we work conjunctly within pretty much all the Latin American countries on a daily basis. We speak and exchange opinions and situations.
It's helpful that you speak the same language too. Except for Brazil.
No, but they do pretty much speak Spanish as well.
Portuguese, their Portuguese is not the same Portuguese as the Portuguese spoken in Portugal, but yes. Because we have brothers and sisters fighting all over the world, and we have brothers and sisters that we've never even spoken to, and it's always good,
We've done this, Patrick.
We've asked other guests from other places across the galaxy now.
Well, I mean,
tonight, what happened when you stopped? Right, and they say the same damn thing in every language.
Our stories are your stories. Your stories are our stories. It's
exactly
really
the same.
It's exactly the same. But tonight alone, we had New Zealand, we had Thailand, we had the UK, we've had America, we've had Costa Rica. Our footprint.
California.
California is a country all by itself. I mean, come on, Texas is as big as half of South America anyway. I mean, and that's just Texas.
Here in Costa Rica, we're 6 million people.
Yeah, that's very densely populated compared to us. Yeah. There's huge areas of Texas where nobody lives. It's really funny,
right?
And it's not even that they're bad. It's not even bad places. It's just that there's nothing there yet. People haven't put anything there
yet.
So there's a lot of places in the United States. There plenty of room for more people. Plenty of places for new factories and new jobs and new industry.
New dreams.
Yeah.
And with the Texas thing, since Texas is gonna be kind of a financial heaven for Americans.
Well, no. The thing is the Californians are coming here trying to turn Texas into California. So then it won't be a haven for industry anymore.
Right. Yeah, I don't know that much, but I know that a lot of people and companies are moving to Texas because of the taxes being so low.
A lot of California companies and a lot of Californian people are moving here because our property is cheaper, our taxes are cheaper. But the problem is, as soon as they get here, they're like, oh, well, we want, we don't like the way you do things here, so let's change the laws, let's change this, let's change that, and the next thing you know, Texas is going to be California.
Yeah.
I mean, we already have movies here. I mean, Robert Rodriguez makes movies here. Desperado and
Tesla is moving to Texas, right?
Tesla is moving to Texas. Well, they're not. They've moved. Elon Musk is here. Jeff Bezos is already here from Amazon. His rocket center where they just shot up, Shatner, is here in Texas. Like the facilities here. Tesla built SpaceX. They built their rocket system, but they said we want to use NASA's facilities to launch from. So they're shooting the SpaceX rockets from Florida at the Canaveral Space Center. Jeff Bezos says, I'm going to build a rocket and I want to shoot it from my own place. So he built his backyard. He created his own rocket center, his own launch center, his own command center here in Texas. So
nothing like
Will Webb. How dare you say something bad about William Shatner? You have fallen down my list. Original Star Trek is the best Star Trek.
I was not that into Star Trek, to be honest. I like obviously a lot more Star Wars for me. But...
Well, it's your age.
Could be.
You're younger than me.
I remember watching the show Star Trek, but I didn't got it so much into it.
Yeah, I mean, I was born in 1972, and Star Wars came out in 1974.
Mm-hmm.
So I was only 2. So I didn't even actually see Star Wars until Empire Strikes Back came out.
Well,
I saw Empire first.
I'm younger. I was born in 1982.
I know. So I'm older than you.
I missed the complete first saga.
But VHS.
Yeah.
VHS. But Kevin disappeared. Where did Kevin go?
I'm old. I have to pee sometimes.
Did you have to release the old man bladder?
Did you say that Star Wars came out in 1974?
I thought it came out in 1974. 74.
Wrong.
5?
Just a minute. 1977, I think.
No, it's not 1977. It was before that.
The original?
Star Trek: A New Hope was out before
Chapter 4.
Before 1976 for sure.
Star Wars was in 1977.
I think you're wrong.
No.
I think Wikipedia is wrong.
Oh, good.
I'm never wrong.
Look at it.
Never. I got a new keyboard. It makes a lot of sound. It's a
mechanical keyboard.
Mechanical keyboards, yes.
Will says 76. Maybe it was production. I don't know. 77. Just say I'm wrong and let's move on.
I think it came out in 76 too, yeah.
Yeah.
Did it come out
I
in
think
76?
you're wrong, Kevin.
You said 74. Original work.
Well, no, I admitted being wrong, but I said 70. Is out way before 77.
Released.
You were 5 years old.
Release date 1977.
Either way, I was 4 or 5 years old, and we didn't go to the movies. We didn't go to the movies because we were poor.
Jeffrey, did you say 1982?
Yeah, I was born in 1982.
Wow.
He's a baby. He's so young.
I've got regrets older than you. Ed's got regrets older than me, though, so that's good.
Well, Ed's not here, so
I know he will.
But I think we can call this a night. It has been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Been a pleasure to have the conversations that we had tonight with everybody. I was kind of nervous about doing this and just allowing people to come in, and everybody impressed me with the ability to come in and have a conversation. And obviously,
learn us. School
H is always going to come on and say great things.
Well, yeah.
And but just having people that have never had the opportunity. The thing is as consumers here in the States, at least, it's mostly, we feel, I think the message has always been that consumers shouldn't take an upfront position. And, obviously I've never felt that way because I've been very loud. But having the ability to offer a place for, just regular folks that use this product and don't want it to go away, to come on and be able to say that. I just never had the idea until today. I'm like, I got to promote what the hell I'm going to do on the show tonight. You know what? I'm just going to let people come on and talk. Mm-hmm. And it worked out great.
Experiment. No, it worked out really good. I really liked the show. And I think, for example, Mr. Pruin being on the show, I really like his part. Kath, Cathologist, it was a great. Nancy, that is always a pleasure to see. She's amazing. I really love how she laughs. It's like so honest laugh.
Yeah.
And so it was a great show. I really like it, guys. Not to say that I enjoy your shows. I pretty much watch it every time that I can. So I really do like it. And I think that you made a right move. I think that the voice of the consumer is obviously really important. Obviously, I'm on a consumer organization, so I really do think that is not only important, but it have to be amplified as much as possible. Mm-hmm. So congratulations, guys. I think that you have a wonderful show. You have a wonderful community. I'm really impressed with the people that is on the chat all the time because they're so savvy. They know so much about advocacy. So I look at this show on a special place when it comes to advocacy because the strongest advocates are on this show when it comes to United States. They do watch this show, so I have a special place for this show.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A lot of fun in this.
Normally we would say, hey, what are your final thoughts when we have a guest? So I'm going to give you a minute, Jeffrey, to just say whatever it is that you want to say before we say goodnight.
Fuck Bloomberg. No. To be honest, this is a really important time for vaping. I think that the FDA authorizing the Vuse product is going to change a lot of things. It's going to make a huge change, and I'm already watching it. Seeing how the Mexican NGOs financed by Bloomberg are making such a big noise about it. It's because they know what it could happen, right? They know that the United States approving that product is gonna make a lot of influence on legislators, around the world. I know that it sucks that it's a big tobacco product. I know that is not what we want to. I know that is not fair for the medium and small businesses, but it's the door making a little bit of a open it just a little bit. And it's for us to kick our way in, pretty much. We have to be so freaking loud, and we have to demand for that door to open. There's 28 lawsuits currently on the United States, and there's 10 million consumers. And we just need 1,000 or 2,000 consumers to be really loud in the United States to make a huge change if they devoted themselves. So it's just a matter of being as loud as possible, communicating as much as possible. We do it, like I said, we have won the science war. I do think so that, from 95% to 98, 99% less harmful than cigarettes doesn't gonna make a change, right? I don't think so. For example, for the next few years, they're gonna be. I have spoken, for example, with Carl B. Phillips. He thinks that actually is more closer to 100%. So that's, it's a matter of time.
Yep.
I do think so. Obviously, nothing is completely safe in the world, right? But 95% is enough. So we have to amplify our voices, make sure that the right speech is spoken. It's about pleasure. It's about human rights. It's about freedom. It's about freedom of choice. It's about the right to choose what I use or don't use, and how I quit smoking, or if I don't quit smoking still, right? So just a matter of saving lives at the end. That's what we have to be focused on. It's 1 billion lives, for Christ's sake. So
yep.
We have to take it a little personal, I think, because it is personal for us.
For us, it is. Kevin.
What?
What do you want to say? How do you want to say goodnight to our friends?
Who is it? Will, Nancy, Will, Jeffrey, of course, Richard, and who am I forgetting?
H.
Kathy?
H.
And Hannage. Wow. Nice to see you guys. Nice to have voices other than ours. Get so tired of listening to Patrick. You guys have no idea. So I like the idea that we did this. I like the idea of what Jeffrey said. It is personal in every one of our lives, my wife's and mine, Patrick's and his wife's, Jeffrey, and who, if you have a wife or whatever, then that's you. Everybody in the room. Richard showing us safer nicotine wiki. Damn it. Continuing the message correctly, and Jeffrey, you're right. The FDA opening the door, we got to kick it down. It's got to be kicked down. They've admitted that it's a safer, for public health, alternative to smoking, period. It isn't about us. We already know what we're doing. It's about everybody else that doesn't know any better. And Bloomberg's keeping that message louder than we are. So the louder hashtag I saw Troop use, and I love that. I do. I couldn't find my damn sign. The louder we are, the more they cannot ignore us. So we have to keep doing that, Patrick.
I just think we need to focus on the fact that something that we've ignored, not we, because we've talked about it here on the show, and we talked about it again tonight. Every human on the planet has the right to good health. Every human on the planet has the right to make choices for themselves. And above all else, the WHO, the World Health Organization, their whole mission is to promote health, to make programs and solutions to situations where people are living in bad health. And when they have a treaty, a document that they created and pushed on to their signatory countries, when they include in their founding documents Article 1D that says that tobacco harm reduction will be promoted by this treaty, and the parties that are part of this, the Council of the Parties, the COPs, then we need to hold their feet to the fire and remind them that this is a human rights issue. This is about giving people who choose to use nicotine the safest delivery method possible, and give them the right to make the choice for themselves. And they have decided that they no longer want people to have choice. They want people to do what they say, what they want them to do. And I'm not willing to stand by and allow them to force their prohibitionary, their puritanical nonsense on people anymore. So my voice will always be loud. My voice will always be here. And I'm going to do everything possible to join together with every consumer in the world. We should be standing together. We should be screaming together. We should be shouting the same words. And I want everybody, I said at the beginning of the show, everybody has a smartphone with a camera now. Take that 1-minute video. Tell people how important vaping is and how it will affect you if you don't have it anymore. Talk about how vaping has improved your life, how you feel better, how you, whatever. The benefits of vaping are unreal. The nicotine is not the devil. And we need to be talking about this. We need to be explaining to people that nicotine is a miracle. People like me, people like Richard, people like Kath, many other people that use nicotine to manage their symptoms. And we should be discussing this. So love you guys. We'll see you in 7 days, if not before. Get on Twitter, make that video, #shout4vaping, and we'll be here. We're fighting forever. We're not giving up. Have a good night. We love you, and we'll see you.
I'd like one of you bureaucrats out there to look me in the eye and tell me, when does my husband's life matter to you? Because it matters every day, every second of every day to me.